City Council. So welcome online. If you would, please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our invocation by Councilmember Mike Boyette. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Listening to the news, we all can see the world around us is in disarray and upheaval. With this in mind, we come together asking for help as we gather here tonight. We pray for guidance in the matters at hand to conduct our work with a spirit of cooperation and respect. Let us work together and encourage each other to act as a team to achieve a common goal. Amen.
Amen. Tony, if you'd please call the roll.
Councilmember Shaw.
Here.
Yakovich.
Present.
Neese.
Neese is excused.
Ewald.
Yes, excuse.
Joy.
Present.
Chariki.
I'm here.
Purinton.
Present.
Ronning.
Here.
Boyette.
Here.
Brown.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. Okay, our minutes for this evening are from September 27, 2021. We received a copy earlier. If anyone has any changes, now is the time, or if there's a motion pertaining to those minutes. Do we have a motion or comments? Councilor Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I move that we approve the minutes for September 27th, 2021 as read.
Motion made. Is there a second? Councilmember Brown? Any discussion on the minutes? If not, all in favor of the motion, which is for adoption, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We don't have any proclamations this evening. Are there any council reports for any organizations that we serve on? Excuse me, Councilman?
Courtesy.
Yeah, I jumped right over that. I'm sorry. I know Councilmember Ronning had a courtesy.
Thank you. I would like to ask Mr. Richard King to come to the podium and introduce himself. We in Ward 4 have a new chair for our Rimrock Neighborhood Task Force, and so he's here to introduce himself to us. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Richard King. I reside on Country Club Circle. Last Thursday, the Rimrock Neighborhood Task Force had a meeting, and there was some talk about officers, and apparently they thought that my hand was up.
Yeah.
So I was asked to be chairman. So I'm very pleased to be here, and I look forward to working with everybody, and I thank you for the chance to introduce. Thank you.
Thank you.
And can I just recognize that the former chair, Lyle Gabriel, served just so brilliantly for that task force for a long period of time, so we recognize him as well. 10 years, yeah, 10 years, so thank you.
And Mr. King, I'm sure they'll give you just the same pay.
I'm sure, but that's why I said yes.
Absolutely. No, thank you very much. Your service is very much appreciated. Any other council courtesies? Councilman Rewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to acknowledge Trevor Foose for volunteering his time and his company's Ironworks Construction's time to install the metal roofing on the shelter at the Heights Dog Park. Thank you, Trevor. The shelter is now complete.
Great, thank you. Any other council courtesies this evening? Do not see any. Then, unless say we have no proclamations, any council reports from organizations that any members of the council serve on? Do not see any council reports. City Administrator report. Chris Kukulski, anything for us this evening?
Mayor and Council, just a couple things. First, there are no ex parte communications, so nothing missing there for you. Second up, regarding item 1E, so that is on consent. That is the airport land sale to Northwestern Energy. Just wanted to highlight couple of adjustments that were made and sent out to you this morning for the public's reference. Landscape, the prior language in paragraph 5 referred to landscaping, and it was somewhat, you could interpret it, limited to a couple of sides of the facility that Northwestern will be bringing. That was broadened, that the overall landscape plan will be reviewed and ultimately approved by the city. So that was meant to cover all 4 sides, depends on what their design looks like. And then secondly, item 9, the assignment. I think, Mayor, there was a recommendation by you that it run with the land and get filed, and so that adjustment has been made. So that is your item 1E. Next up is the resolution, which is item 1K, for the Violent Crime Reduction Program with the state of Montana. So what I had put some copies in the back, none of this is new information, but it's kind of the rainbow set of colors to find in front of you. So the pink is the resolution. It was in the weekly and out to the public. Attached to it in yellow is Yellowstone County's letter that is on their agenda for approval tomorrow by the county commissioners. In talking with them today, they anticipate that it will go smoothly through. And then in blue is the staff recommendation from Attorney General Knudsen, Budget Director Ryan Osmundson, and Director Osterman to it's addressing a significant violent crime increase in economic stability plan for Billings. This will go to the state of Montana on the 27th. So your resolution this evening, if you're so inclined, and I'm not suggesting it needs to come off a consent, it can stay there, but I know there was interest in knowing where's Yellowstone County with its $1 million match, and where's the state of Montana with their $2 million match if you approve tonight's match dollars for that. And then last but not least is just a reminder, it's election day, 8 days from now. Ballots have to be turned in. They cannot be postmarked by the election. They need to be in the elections office. If you want more information, particularly on the public safety mill levy education, there are now podcasts there. I think there are 3 podcasts. There are several Facebook Live discussions between the chiefs, myself, individuals, as well as all of the reports and the peer reviews, all of which put together the public safety mill levy request to the voters. So if anyone's looking for last minute information to make their informed decision, please go to the city's website, billingsmt.gov. 3 different spots there on the homepage. You can get to the site, or if you put after billingsmt.gov/PSML, it'll take you directly to the page. So those are the 4 items I have for you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Chris. Council, just so that it's clear what those 2 small changes were on the airport Northwestern Energy contract, I will separate those, and that way the public can understand exactly what those were when we get to that point. All right, we will proceed then to public comment on non-public hearing items. For anybody who's in the audience who does not have a copy of our agenda, there should be ones back on the cart. This evening, this is the opportunity to have public comment on anything that is on item 1. That's our consent agenda, subsections A through L. Everything else, there will be a public hearing on later, so you can wait to comment on items 2 through 6 later, but if you'd like to comment on anything under item 1, this is your only time to do so. So we'll open it up. If anybody would like to comment on any of the items under item 1, please come forward, and ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address up front. Is there anybody who would like to comment on any of the items under item 1, our consent agenda? Nobody's coming forward, so we will close our public comment period on item number 1. Go to council, ask for separations. I already said I'd separate item 1E, the sale of the 14.7 acres Northwestern Energy. We'll come back to that in a minute. Any other separations? Councilmember Boyette.
Yes, I'd like to separate 1A1.
1A1, 95-gallon residential refuse carts. Okay, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to separate 1K, please.
1K, resolution of intent. Any other separations? Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be abstaining from 1L1.
1L1. Any other separations? Councilmember Yakowicz.
Well, Your Honor, according to your direction, then we'll separate 1E.
Yeah, and I'll, that is separated for sure. Okay, very good. Any other separations? If not, we'll move ahead. Is there a motion for the non-separated item? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I move to approve the non-separated items on the consent agenda.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Boyette indicates he'd like to second that. Discussion. Is there any discussion on the non-separated items? Councilmember Yakowicz.
Just a real quick question maybe to Mr. Iflin or Mr. Kukulski, but on items B, it's called Staples Reservoir. I'm just curious, where did that name come from? Is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I assume that's not the reservoir we're working on, is it?
No, it's the one at the top of 17th Street.
Okay.
Just below the rims.
Okay.
Or a water tank is what I think of, but yes, it's a reservoir.
Okay, it's a tank, okay. Give the guy a name then, Staples.
No idea where the name Staples came from.
I was curious about that.
Sorry, I don't know if
No worries.
anybody on Public Works know where the name came from, but I have no idea.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe we can send a bill to the
Staples didn't
office
donate
company.
tens of millions of dollars to us to name it, but if they want to, we'll gladly accept their proceeds and call them all Staples reservoirs.
That's what I thought also.
Okay, our first, so we have a motion before you for approval of the non-separated items. If there's no further discussion, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. First separated item is item 1A1. Councilmember Boyette, that was your separation. Would you like to start us off?
Thank you, sir. Is Debbie Melling here by chance? Hello. I was concerned, the numbers, I'm a number person, so if I add 216,994,000, I end up with 1,000,002. But I don't understand if they both contain, there seems like a lot of money. I'm missing the point. I mean, I need to quit and go deliver these things if it's going to be that much money. Can you explain that, how that works?
So, sure, the first schedule is just for the container, delivered in bulk to us, and we store it and we deliver it to homes. The second one is the delivery cost, and it's right around $4.70 per container, I think is what it is. So the way we are going to contract with this is that it will be a separate number. If we can deliver ourselves, we will. If we can't do it, then these are the numbers we got. And the bids were pretty similar. People that bid in the delivery was very close to each other.
Okay, but then why would you, follow up, Mayor?
Please.
Why would you add the two together if it's already included in the Schedule 2? Well, you end up with 1,000,002.
So Schedule 1 is the containers that we use day in and day out every year. So they're green barrels and black barrels, and they're just for standard business, so if we have new homes or whatever. The second one is for the conversion, and that's the one that it's 16,000 containers, completely separate than the normal business that we do. It's the conversion process.
I didn't explain that very well, so thank you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further discussion on these items, or is there a motion? Councilmember Brewald?
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, I got a problem understanding that also. It says on the background, the last sentence, it says Schedule 2 includes the cost of the carts and the delivery to the residents.
Right.
So is that a different cost than the cost in Schedule 1? And if we were going to buy those carts anyway, then why is that even in this?
So Schedule 1 does not have delivery included in it.
I know.
Schedule 1 is just bulk delivery. Schedule 2 has delivery if we want it. We have the number separated. The award is for the delivery cost on top of, with it, it's included. But the number will go down if we decide to deliver ourselves.
Okay, and a follow-up, please, Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
And it says that the money is going to come out of what you got on hand now. How much more do you have on hand other than this much? Are we overcharging the residents? Because this, I mean, like Councilman Boyette said, I think I could go and deliver these carts and make a pretty good chunk of change.
So our intent was not to include the delivery cost on this. Our problem is staffing. We just don't have enough people.
Right.
And we want to get this conversion done, and we want to move forward with our plans for solid waste. And without getting it done, we just can't do that. We've been almost 2 years trying to get this conversion done, and we haven't gotten it done just because we just can't staff it. So we can hire contract people to come in and help us, or we can do, something like this where we have it included in the bid.
Another follow-up. So you're, if we okay this tonight, then you guys aren't going to have anything to do with it. It's given the contract to this other company.
So if at any point we can choose to have them do 5,000 of them, we can do 10,000, we can do some of them ourselves. So we'll manage the project, and depending on our staff availability, we'll either have them do the delivery or not do it. So this allows us that flexibility.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I move to approve item 1A1.
Motion for approval, Councilmember Boyette. Or I'm sorry, Councilmember Purington.
And he's got glasses.
It was his separation. That's all I was thinking about. Okay, further discussion on the motion. Motion is for approval. Any other discussion? Don't see any. So if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion passes, but Councilmember Ewald voted in opposition. Was there anyone else? Councilmember Boyette. Thank you very much. That brings us then to the next separated item, item 1E. I'll just start us off. Just a reminder here that staff distributed to us by email a revised version of Schedule C this morning that had two changes in it. One is language in the last sentence of paragraph 5 that used to say that there'd be a landscaping on two sides of that berm. But now that's been changed to say Northwestern will work with the city to find a mutually acceptable landscaping solution to the whole new substation site. The thought being we didn't know exactly what sides of the station would need landscaping. And then second, section 9 has a phrase has been added to it that says, the old part says this agreement is binding upon the parties, their respective heirs, successors, and assigns. But then the new language says, and shall run with the land and be recorded with the Yellowstone County Clerk and Recorder. The purpose of that was if Northwestern Energy transferred the property to a subsidiary or somebody bought them out, we just want to make sure that this agreement continues, and it's not just with Northwestern Energy, but any of their transferees. Those were the changes. Is there a motion or further discussion? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. So I would move to approve the sale of 14.7 acres of Airpoint land to Northwestern Energy for use as a substation location for $223,000.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Joy. Motion is for approval. Duly made and seconded. Discussion, Councilmember Ronning and Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you. So I just really wanted to say thank you to Northwestern Energy. They reached out to me after the last time we voted on this and had a really nice meeting with them. They heard what I said about that the rims really are for the entire city of Billings. And they are iconic. And I just really want to say thank you to Northwestern Energy for the work that they have put in to bring to the city. And I know not everyone has seen it yet, but they've really taken into consideration the landscaping that they're going to do around the substation, as well as the type of fencing. So they've really put a lot of consideration, and they've shown me some of the ideas that they're putting forward and how it will really blend into the landscape up there. So truly want to thank you for that and for reaching out to me and for having a nice meeting, and truly appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. The 2.2 acres, it says that they're going to deed it to the city, but then I thought also later on in the resolution or whatever, it says unless the need comes that Northwest Energy needs it. Was I dreaming that, or is that actually in the wording later on that if they need it, we won't get it?
No, I think probably what you're thinking about is language that says that if they fail to, or perhaps, there is language that says if they fail to use the new 14 acres that they're acquiring for a substation, that reverts then back to the city. That's the 14 acres that they're paying the 200,000 and some for, not the 2 acres.
Okay.
Okay? Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Boyette?
At our last meeting, I thought we kind of threw around the idea of leasing, and is Northwest Energy opposed to leasing?
Is there a staff member who can comment on that? There's also representatives from Northwestern Energy that can probably talk for themselves as well. So, but Chris or whomever, you want to start off that discussion?
Yeah, happy to say their preference is to purchase, and then please correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is if they ever stop using this parcel, it comes back to the city. So that was not in the last draft, but now it's not. We have first right of refusal to buy it back. It goes back to us at no cost. So that was part of kind of the negotiating of their preference of owning. Our preference, if they ever stop using it for this purpose, we get it back.
Okay, Kevin Plone, our Aviation Transit Department Manager.
Mr. Mayor, Council, yes, in working with Northwest Energy, one of the things that they became pretty adamant about was that this would have to be a sale, a purchase for them, sale to us, because if they're going to invest $30 million into this site, they weren't interested in having it under a lease, because this is probably a 40 to 60 year life on this thing, which is basically the same as land purchase on all theoretical components of it, other than the lease rate would continue to add on over the time frame. Would have been a great deal for us, but in reality, it's the other piece of it was that there's a lot of FAA requirements that stay with the land as long as it's owned by the city. It's one of the things that happens when we sign our grant. We have to sign also the grant assurances that go along with it, and that puts some onerous conditions on the people that are on that land, including myself and the city itself. So we have to pay attention to that, and they didn't really want any part of that either. They wanted it to be free and clear. So,
Councilmember Boyette?
Just one more question. Would they be able to sell this property?
no, in the lease or the agreement in Exhibit C, that in the event that they no longer want to use it as a substation, then it would revert to us. Now, if they were to sell this thing as a substation, I believe that there's the assignment language in there that all rights would then continue. This is what the mayor added on to, would continue as they are now, and we would still be whole for that whole process, including all the landscaping agreements, the wall agreements, everything else that's in there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval of the revised agreement that included the changes to those two small changes to Schedule C. If there's no other discussion, if in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Next separated item is item 1K. Councilmember Ewalt.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I separated this one is we're getting $4 million laid out by three different people, three different partners. Last Monday night when we talked about it, nobody had any idea what state was going to do. Nobody has any idea what the county's going to do. The city, we've heard multiple times already this year that you don't use one-time money to buy personnel. And that's exactly what this is turning into, a three-people deal over 3 years. And I'm 100% for trying to do something with the crime. It's just that I think we're victims of circumstance of the state. If you look at why we have as many problems as we do, you can trace most of it right back to the state. And if the state would come out and say, we're going to spend our $2 million and buy bus tickets, with a different address than the city of Billings, when they leave the Department of Corrections, I would vote for this. Otherwise, I can't vote for it because they're just going to keep sending those people here to Billings, and we're just going to continue to have problems.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion for approval of item 1K, and then I'd like to speak to that motion.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronning, second. Councilmember Shaw?
Thank you. I hear the concerns. What I appreciated with this information that was just passed out, and I think is in the back of the room, is that they have really delineated where the state sees their responsibility in Billings. And it's one thing I constantly hear about is, well, you guys aren't funding the Office of Public Defenders, but we don't fund that at the city level. That's a state office. So the state is offering to put in at 1.5 million to the local Office of Public Defenders. That would make a tremendous difference in the case backlog in Billings. So I think this is a great idea, these three entities partnering together to try and solve some problems, and appreciate staff and Mayor your work to bring this to us.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. I absolutely agree. I think that Billings has a unique situation in regard to violent crime that is very different from the rest of the state. And we have a tremendous backlog that is happening here. To put people on a bus, we're just shifting the problem to another part of the state rather than actually dealing with the problem within the state. And I think that that great minds have come together, and I actually really want to give a shout out to Kurt Alme, who really initiated this process. And of course, Kurt Alme was the former Montana United States attorney right here in Billings, and knows very well just the violent crime that we're dealing with in Billings. And so truly want to thank him and Governor Gianforte and current Attorney General Austin Knudsen for seeing and recognizing the situation that we're facing in Billings and willing to put some serious money behind it to help us to address this, as well as the county and the city all partnering together. I think this is one of the things that we've been talking about in this council for quite some time, and I'm glad to see it finally coming to fruition. So thank you to all involved.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion on the motion? Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. I agree. I think that the state is finally stepping up. We've got some people in office now that are really promoting to be tough on crime, and so I hope that that works. One of the questions that I do have, and I don't know who can answer it, is that under the structure of the OPD, is talking about the backlog of misdemeanors. So those are city cases for the public defenders, and then the county will also have theirs in district court.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Purington. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, you're right. And for the county, it would be district court or possibly justice of the peace also over there. So it could be a combination.
And one follow-up.
Go ahead.
So I think with the city, we had talked about the victim specialist. Is that an attorney? That is not a prosecutor. That is someone with a different skill set. Okay. Because, and this is the question. So Chris, you had mentioned that if the public safety mill levy passes, that we would use money, that 1 million plus, to fund these three positions. But the victim specialist was not part of the public safety mill levy, correct?
I would say that's incorrect. So,
okay.
Councilmember Purington, Mayor and Council, so if you look at our presentations, pretty explicit, there's three, the public safety levy investments in the city attorney's office, identifies 3 attorneys, 2 paralegals, and 2 support staff. So, the support staff, I would say, certainly would be inclusive of a victim witness professional.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Trickey.
I would just like to say that I hope that the state is listening and that they continue to take their responsibility to fund the public defender's office seriously and continue to do it on a regular basis instead of on an ad hoc basis as we're doing it right now. Thank you.
Thank Thank you very much. Councilmember Ewalt, and we'll try to proceed to a vote.
Thank you, Mayor. I got just one more question is, who is going to be responsible to track or tabulate results on a yearly basis?
So in the state's proposal, they talk about performance metrics would be some of the same things we track. In fact, they recognize Department of Justice will report violent crime rate annually in Billings from data tracked by the Billings Police Department. When it comes to the Office of Public Defenders, I think it is a matter of being able to track how many cases they've adjudicated through the judicial system. So that information, those are things that are tracked today, as I understand it, whether it's city, we're certainly tracking our crime rates, county and its success rate relative to prosecuting felonies, our rate of prosecuting misdemeanors, and the state here, or the Office of Public Defender, is indicating that they will track how they manage cases through the court system. That's what they're investing. $1.5 million of their $2 million is in the Office of Public Defender.
Thank you very much. Councilor, you ready to proceed to a vote? Okay, so the motion by Councilmember Shaw, second by Councilmember Ronning, is for approval of item 1K. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, please say nay. Nay. Motion passes. Councilmember Ewald voting in the opposition. Next item up is item 1L1, bills for the week of September 20th. Councilmember Brown will be abstaining. Is there a motion or discussion? Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. I move we approve September 20th, 2021 bills of the week.
Second by Councilmember Boyette. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously with Councilmember Brown abstaining. Brings us then to item 2 of our regular agenda. This will be an item with public hearing after we've had a presentation, a chance to ask some questions of staff. Tony, would you please read item number 2?
Item number 2, public hearing and community development block grant, CDBG funding allocation to Housing Authority Billings off the streets property to repair the current boiler, install new heating, air conditioning units, and to make necessary repairs to damaged units. $450,000. Community Development Board recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of Community Development Board recommendation.
Thank you very much. Wyeth Friday, our planning director, is our presenter this evening. Wyeth, it's all yours.
Yes, all right. Whoops. Yeah, I guess I'm on. Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Yes, I'll be making the presentation this evening. Normally, this would be Community Development Manager Brenda Beckett's presentation, but she had a perceived conflict of interest with this application, so she's been outside the process, and I've been working on it with our program coordinator, Dina Harmon, who's also here to help me out as we go forward with the presentation tonight. I just also wanted to mention the applicants with the Housing Authority Homefront of Billings are also here this evening, Patty Webster and Annie Zimmerman from their office. For when we get to the public comment and questions. And then also our Community Development Board President, Rebecca Knoll, is on the Zoom as well. She just wanted to be able to participate. They were obviously involved in bringing this recommendation to you and going through that process. So just to be real, just a little bit of background on what this, kind of where this fits within our city programs with community development programs and funding. So we, as you know, and Brenda was here not too long ago, the city receives funding from HUD every year, entitlements for the home program and CDBG program. And then through our consolidated plan, our annual action plan, we specify the types of programs and projects that that funding can be used for throughout the year. And one of the things that we have strategies in that consolidated plan that we lay out to address the types of projects or programs that could be funded. And just a few of those, because they're pertinent for this application tonight. One is to promote the preservation of the existing supply of affordable housing in the community, work as an active partner with nonprofits in the community and neighborhood groups that are addressing housing in the community, and then also improve the economic conditions of lower income residents of our community. So just to kind of lay that groundwork as we talk through this application tonight. So briefly, procedural history, this is called out in your memo, but the Housing Authority of Billings purchased what was the Western Inn building hotel. It was a motel at 3311 2nd Avenue North back in the fall of 2020. They worked through a process to be able to have it serve as a temporary shelter for people in the community, and also through this process with COVID, also to be able to have it available for people who were having to be isolated with, and at the time quarantined also because of the COVID virus. Last winter, the boiler of the building started to have malfunction and leak, ultimately caused damage to some of the units in the hotel, and also then has not been fully functioning through the time after. Obviously they got into the summer, but then as we get into this season, the concern about heating and all became a bigger issue. They went through the process, got the shelter up and running, and then in August, we had some discussions as they were trying to figure out that with the boiler, what they could do for repairs, and also those units that were not functioning, how they could get those repaired. Because what ended up happening was when they evaluated whether this shelter, which had started out to be temporary, might be able to be kind of shut down, the demand has been so great in the community that it was clear that it needed to operate for another season till next year. So the issue of the equipment and all the HVAC system became critical, that it was going to have to continue. They made application through our normal application process with Community Development Division. Staff reviewed that application, brought it to our Community Development Board on October 5th for their regular meeting. At that meeting, they reviewed it, didn't take action, but they reviewed and discussed it, discussed with the applicants, and then also toured the facility at that same day after their meeting. And then came back and had a special meeting on October 11th where they finalized their discussion and made the recommendation to you to move forward to fund the project. So just an overview on the facility. It has 40 units. As I said, the boiler is operating, but operating poorly with the leakage and not equipped to be able to run through the winter and properly heat the whole building. Several of the rehab units were also damaged with that leakage. And so the approach is to get that system fixed and actually install heating and cooling units in each of the units, so that then they could work going forward and not try to, repairing the boiler and all is a significant issue in itself. In terms of the impacts, this has been a really busy shelter since it opened up last fall in 2020. 95 individuals have been quarantined or isolated with COVID, through the COVID virus situation from October until August of this year. And then also as a low barrier shelter, 358 individuals have utilized that, separate individuals from November until August of this year. One of the things that's also really important is this is not a shelter where you just walk up and get service. You have to go through the Community Crisis Center. They process and screen all of the individuals before they are then directly sent to the shelter. So it goes through that process. And the purpose is really to provide that short-term overnight housing for people. So there's not food service, like a whole food service system there. They go there, they're able to have their clothes cleaned. They can have privacy for sleeping and showering and such, and then they get their clothes, clean clothes in the morning. They get pajamas for the night, and then they can move on to other services, which are also coordinated as part of that from Community Crisis Center. As like I said, the applicants can give you some more details as well tonight. So it's been a very busy place, and unfortunately a lot of need throughout this last year plus. So going into the review process that we do for these applications, one of the things that's important is as a place for housing, is it close to services and amenities, which being right downtown, obviously healthcare is nearby, transportation, bus service, and walkability is high, so there's access to those services. Working with the Housing Authority, they are basically one of the by law, we're supposed to work with them as our city housing authority. The mayor appoints and the council supports appointments to their board. And they have a really solid track record in the community as our housing authority doing housing projects. And so this just gives you a little rundown. All the green text here, those projects were all housing authority specific projects and funds that the city has supported through these programs over the years, and have put a lot of housing units out for the community for low income folks to use. And then we have a few other projects that were also done through other groups like our Homeward and NeighborWorks Montana, and another one throughout this time. So those are just showing you all those projects. And when we look at these, we want to make sure that the applicant is equipped to be able to handle this kind of funding, because the funding comes with strings attached and they have to meet all those requirements throughout the time frame that the funding is allocated. Looking into more detail regarding the project itself or the repairs. So the boiler that was looked at, and basically there was one entity, Midland Mechanical, that they were willing to go in and try and find and repair leaks, but that was about all that anybody was willing to do there. Apparently some of the piping had been buried under concrete and was not accessible. So the estimate there was really just sort of a stopgap measure. In terms of those units in each room, that the quote there you see from Norpac Sheet Metal, that's what's you're looking at in terms of this recommendation to actually get those units done and switch to that type of a system in the facility. And then some additional electrical work that might be outside of the just getting those units installed, and then repair specifically to those quarantine isolation units that were damaged from the water leakage. So that gives you the breakdown there. One of the things that's important, and I alluded to at the beginning, this project does align with our consolidated plan. In our current plan, in our annual action plan, it identifies 5,500 households that are on waiting lists for public housing in this community, and 2,000 people waiting for single person housing. So what this does, as per our consolidated plan and action plan, is provide housing options, neighborhood revitalization in terms of supporting this, where this motel is in this part of downtown, and also positively impacting the situation with people who are in, severe need of housing and poverty, trying to get out of poverty. So it's well in alignment with those requirements. It also addresses a lot of concerns in the community. Obviously, in our community development board discussed some of these as well. Obviously, the COVID response was really important. Having some place where people didn't have any other place to go to be able to be isolated or quarantined for COVID and work through the healthcare providers in town is an important service. Fewer people out on the streets, who are able to stay there overnight, lessening those demands on our public safety services, and also public safety for both the people that are there and other people in the community and all, where these people have a safe, clean, private place to be at night. And then really just looking at the concept that the Housing Authority has for this property. As I said before, this shelter effort is supposed to be and is expected to be shorter term, not as short as maybe originally contemplated, but eventually that they would transition this and use this for either some other sorts of short-term housing, bridge housing, or other purposes. So they have, they know the kind of demands and needs there are in the community, the Housing Authority does, and so they would be able to then pivot this at that time and maintain it for those purposes going forward. So lastly, it also meets our project requirements. We have CDBG funds available to be able to fund this project right now. Not to get into too much sort of side detail, but we've had more of our past loans that have been repaid as people have sold their homes and such over the last several months. And so we have additional capacity where, since this project does meet all those requirements and there is that capacity for the funding, the recommendation is brought to you. Also wanted to mention the Crisis Center, which is directly involved in this. They only have 18 beds that they can accommodate. So again, this is a big deal for them to be able to, they have their capacity and then be able to have another place to be able to screen and have people go there as well. Oops. Lastly, on the recommendation, and you've read this, if you were down in the details of the memo and the recommendation is for $450,000, and the CD board's proposal was to have a 15-year basically payback period. So anytime in that 15 years, if the housing authority were to sell the property or stop using it to meet the goals of affordable housing in the community, then they would have to pay that loan back. After 15 years, if they've continued to use it to meet housing needs in the community, the loan would cease and they wouldn't owe to pay the money back. That's certainly still a discretion of the council, but that was something the CD board wanted to make sure it was clear that was going to meet that goal and move forward for the foreseeable future. And the housing authority is acceptable and fine with that requirement. So with that, I will be happy to try to answer questions. And as I said, you've got the applicant and others here to hopefully help answer questions too.
Thank you very much, Wyeth. Questions for Wyeth or the applicant? They've also got staff from off the streets with us tonight. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Thank you, Wyeth. My question is actually for Chief St. John.
There you go.
Yeah. So I had let you know ahead of time that I was going to be asking you a question and what it was going to be. And there was a workshop that Off the Streets had put on earlier this year, which really was wonderful. And you were one of the persons that spoke at that workshop on how diversion has been successful with this particular program. Could you talk a little bit more about that and where you've seen crime lowered because of this?
Certainly, Councilmember, Mayor, and Council, good evening. Informational presentation only on this, but I can tell you that upon request of Councilmember Ronning, I went back 365 days a year from to date to see what activity we had at Off the Street. We had a total of 46 calls for service, with the top three being disturbances, suspicious, and trespassing. And I also noted that the majority of the callers were the same people, which I am assuming are staff members. And with those three categories being the top, and they're only 9 and 11 respectively, that you got a staff that's paying attention and holding their tenants accountable. And so over a 365-day period, that's an average of 1 visit by the police department a week. A couple of the incidents that were attributed to that facility happened to be where we made traffic stops. We just pulled into their lot, so they get credit for that. When we look at a couple other facilities that provide, I guess, similar services, not entirely the same. You had one that was 312, and the other was 361 in the same time period. So from a purely selfish standpoint on the police department, these guys are doing a great job deflecting, deferring, and keeping problematic individuals or people who would be out on the street off the street, and then we don't have to deal with them.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other questions for Wyeth or the chief or the applicant? Before we go to public comment period, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you. So I don't know if this is for Patty or who this would be for, but I was just wondering about in this replacement of I guess it's the heating and cooling units. Does this also include, are there pipes and things that need to be replaced as well? And is it included?
Mayor and Council, thank you. Yes, it does. The one piece that hasn't been done yet, Councilman Purington, is that an architect has not yet been involved. So the bids have been coming from those individual companies, like, because we were trying to get things fixed in a rapid form, and Craig might be able to talk to this a little bit too, but there is a lot of work to be done. Wyeth, I don't think, showed you the pictures, but the 4 rooms, I think you saw them when you visited there. They're completely down to the studs because of the damage from the pipes.
Okay, so.
Looks like Craig has some.
He has something to say.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Craig Bartle, Site Director with Off the Street Shelter. Yeah, so we've got, the challenge there is that you've got a great property. We just, for the sake of time, didn't know exactly how to get bids in as fast as we could. It was just really challenging. We called a lot of HVAC companies to get them in there. And so this is real preliminary, the numbers that we have, but they're solid numbers, but they're preliminary. And so we're confident in the numbers that we're presenting tonight.
So one follow-up question too.
Go ahead.
So the value that's going back into this facility, and I agree with, the things that the Penny Chef and the Chief are saying is that, it's doing a great job. And from what I've seen, you guys are doing a great job. But now I'm going back to the business aspect of sinking almost $500,000 back into this, and it cost you $1.6 million. So, and then I know you have some other added values in there, but I think that's a big concern for me is, that value, business-wise, where's this going to leave us? Are you guys making it, are you being able to keep up with the flow of people coming in, paying for what you need to pay for? And just tell us kind of about how your business plan is going.
So there wasn't a business plan to start with, as you all know. HAB Development, which is a subsidiary of the Housing Authority Billings, purchased Off the Streets, the Western Inn Hotel, as a direct response to the emergency pandemic in our community. You all saw several people fleeing to the streets because the shelters needed to space out, if you will, the number of people that they were serving. You're no longer seeing people, I think, with their shopping carts full of their belongings anymore, because that's another thing that we're also doing there. So we only planned on this being a temporary situation. Yet, here we are a year later. The numbers are worse than ever in our community. The numbers actually being served for the isolation side, and it's different because when it was the quarantine and isolation side, that was just while people were awaiting testing. Now these are people who have actually tested positive, they are sick, and they need a place to be. So just for October, Wyeth shared with you some numbers. So keeping in mind those numbers he shared with you, the 36 people served at the Q&I site, we were closed from April through August. We didn't open back up until September 12th when Unified Health Command asked us to do that. And I believe Sean is here from Riverstone to speak on that. In the month of October alone, we've served 80 people on the isolation side. So the need in the community is great. One of the things I want to talk about the business plan of things. So when it was at the county, remember we stood this up at the county first. That was a $225,000 a month bill. Then Riverstone took it to the man camp. And I think it was a little over $100,000 a month. And now we're down to about $80,000 a month. So we're running it very efficiently, serving these kinds of numbers where at the Metro, I think they served 5.
Okay.
So that's just putting it into perspective. We don't have a business plan. The money that we're using for operations right now, quite frankly, are the only monies that are available because of CARES Act funding that were coming through the emergency shelter grant through HRDC 7. So they're trying to figure it out. The Low Barrier Task Force, which Penny spoke to earlier, that's what they're trying to do, is figure out. What we do know is that we need a place for people to be right now. I have to pat Craig and his staff a little bit on the back with what Chief St. John said. Those number of police calls to our facility are for people who are actively using The other facilities in town don't allow that. So these are for people who are actively using, and we've been able to provide that safe environment. That's a big deal.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Ewalt, and can you tell us who your question is for?
Well, I'm not real sure. So these are the through-the-wall air conditioner heating units that you're going to put in each room?
Well, that is a preliminary plan. However, like I said, we've not had an architect look at it yet. If we get funded, we'll have an architect look at it, but that's probably going to be a $70,000 bill on its own.
Okay, because my question is if you do that and the boiler isn't working, how are you going to heat the lobbies and the hallways? And it's probably got a basement.
There was some, go ahead, Craig, why don't you talk to that?
Well, we do have a Band-Aid put on that boiler right now. We're limping that boiler through. So we do have heat in the building right now, but it's something that's just really taking a lot of work by our HVAC company to keep it going. It was something we struggled with all last year. The age of the boiler, I think the building was built in the 60s, so you've got really antiquated equipment in there. And the HVAC company has been recommending since we took over the property in October that we go to a P-TEC unit or something like that. But again, to Patty's point, we'd have to get an architect in there.
But the bid you got up there was for the through-the-wall air conditioner heaters.
Exactly.
And so that if you're limping the boiler now, it's probably not going to last much longer, so you're going to have to come up with another source to heat the hallways, the lobbies, and all the other space in the building. So you'll be needing more money to get that done too then.
Well, we're really hoping that the boiler, the HVAC company, that's the Midland Mechanical that's been presented tonight in the sheet, they're confident that they can keep that thing going by just nursing it along until the spring, quite honestly. And so we're hoping that we can get that thing to produce heat for us all winter long. But we would like to get started on this program because we know it's not going to last very much longer.
I think his question is that the P-TECs aren't going to be in the common areas. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yes, and so there is a piece in there also to provide the heating and cooling in those areas, more of heating, just so that things wouldn't burst like the pipes did. The pipes didn't burst in the boiler. The pipes burst in the transfer area going into 4 of the rooms.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, Patty, Craig, or other staff members? Patty, let me just ask you, if we approve putting $450,000 into the building, you just said there really isn't a business plan. There's no guaranteed money for operations long-term. In the event that the property it did not continue to operate and was sold, is there any chance that having put this $450,000 into it, you'd flip it and then pocket that change? You know, you see the problem. Is there any way for that money to find its way back to the some user who could put it to another use? I guess that'd be the housing authority. I'm sure you could find a way.
Right.
I just want to raise that issue.
Right, so we're housers, and the projects that we do, even after their affordability period, we keep doing capital investments into them. If you saw the hotel, it's not anything that's going to make a lot of money if we turn around and resell it. We've had people offer to come purchase the hotel from us already. What we need to do, since we told the community this is only going to be a temporary thing, right, 12 months, and now here we are, who knew that we would be in the same situation? And the numbers that are being served are just incredible. And the success in working with the community crisis centers so that those people are being assessed every night, the most proper shelter for them for the evening, and then is made by the community crisis center. That's not decided about anyone at the hotel. And then we go and get them, and we bring them on over. So the long-term plan would be this. We would do something else. We would do like, I don't want to run a shelter. I don't want to be a shelter owner. It's nothing I want to do. But bridge housing, other kinds of housing, rehabbing those other rooms to be permanent housing for people, that might be something we would do.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ewalt?
So the people that you're quarantining, that's what you said you're doing?
No longer quarantining. Now it's only isolation. So only people who have tested positive.
Okay, do they stay in their room?
Yes, they have to.
Day and night?
Yes.
Okay, because the other people have to leave at 7 in the morning, is that?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Salvation Army, I'm sorry, I'll follow up real quick. Salvation Army delivers 3 meals to those people staying on the isolation side. So they have 3 meals a day delivered to their rooms. Those rooms also have a TV, a microwave, a refrigerator, and they get Craig. Just kidding. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Running.
Thank you. Patty, could you clarify, maybe it's Craig, maybe it's Chris. My understanding is that if you were to sell that property, doesn't it have to be something that is low-income housing in some way, or not at all? It can go to
No,
anyone?
this building was purchased
Okay.
with all non-federal funds.
Okay, gotcha.
And HAB Development has received not 1 penny in this whole year from anybody on that building. So none of the operation funds have gone to pay back HAB Development. We have requested FEMA funding, but we're still in the process of that. But that can only be on the quarantine and isolation side, and only for the time period of when there was an emergency declared here in the community.
Okay, thank you. Chris Kulski, then we'll open it up for public hearing. Councilmember Chris.
Sorry for clarification. I thought what I understood the mayor's question to be, and where Councilmember Running was going, is if you decide to flip the building in the spring, we get paid back.
Right, I have to pay back, or within the next 15 years.
Anything in the next 15 years, we're getting our money back. If it's more than 15 years, then there's not a payback. But any flip to a not, and we get our money back. Thanks. And let me be careful about the we. It's community development block grant, federal money. So none of this is city taxpayer dollars. These are federal funds that can only be used to help low to moderate income purposes. And that money would have to be paid back if the current owners sell the property. And then there is a payback process between now and the next 15 years. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Purinton, and then we'll go to public hearing.
Just a clarification, I read someplace that there was a willingness to do a trust indenture. What would that mean in this case?
A trust indenture is just like a mortgage.
Right.
So it becomes a filed encumbrance on the property that would, any future purchaser would know that we're first in line. I just flag it.
So is that
Like a
something that
mortgage.
we would want? I mean, I don't know. Is that something we want?
If that's a loan and it's not secured in any way, yeah, why wouldn't we do something to secure that interest and record that, I guess would be my question. Chris or Gina, you want to comment on that?
That is.
Sorry, we got a couple, 2 or 3 different things going on. So if somebody can answer that question, then we've got you may not know this or recall, but we have a staff member on Zoom who wants to give some information. So
Okay.
maybe this
can you
may be
comment on
appropriate
the
to answer
trust
this
indenture
question, and we can go there.
Sure, yes, thanks, Mayor and Council. Yeah, so that is actually what this would be a trust indenture to ensure that $450,000 would be paid back. And yeah, Rebecca looks like she may want to add to that.
So Rebecca, we see your face and we see your little yellow hand. Can we hear your voice?
Don't see your face.
Thank you, Council. My name is Rebecca Knoll. I'm the board chair for the Community Development Board for the City of Billings. Our board voted earlier this month to approve this application for funding because it was very apparent to us upon touring the property and then just in the information on their application that the service that they provide is greatly needed in our community, and the utilization numbers that Housing Authority has provided really nail that point home. And also expending, the funding for this project will help our board with an expenditure deadline, timeliness of spending funding. We just have more funding than we had projected to have because of loan repayments. So this is going to be a fantastic project and a good use of our money. And I urge the council to approve this application. Thank you all.
All right, thank you very much. You can go ahead and have a seat. We'll open it up for public comment now. This is our public hearing on item number 2, Community Development Block Grant. You've heard the presentation. If anybody would like to comment on this item, please come forward to the podium now. I ask that you keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address first thing.
Good evening, Travis Diamond, 1550 Poly Drive, Mayor, Council. Thanks for your time. Could you go back to the previous screen there? Yep, review and analysis. If you take a look at those bullet points, those are all very significant community issues. I think that this project goes a long way towards addressing those. The track record of this project speaks for itself, and I would heartily encourage your positive vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on this item? Any other public comment on this item?
Good evening. Sean Hines with Riverstone Health, 123 South 27th. Just making a passionate plea from the healthcare community. This COVID-19 response has been incredible. We have partners who have come together and aligned resources that we have never before seen in our community. It has met a need that we have needed for over a year. So I encourage you to strongly support the CDBG funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? No one is coming forward, so we will close the public comment on item number 2. Back to Council. Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve the Community Development Block Grant funding allocation to Housing Authority Billings off the streets property as recommended by the Community Development Board.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Councilmember Joy. Discussion now on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to say I was one of the people that was very skeptical of this whole project when it first started. So myself and several of the other council members, we said, well, let's go look at it. So we started at the crisis center. We went through their process, ended up at off the street, and I was totally taken back. I was amazed. It's a great facility. What else can we say? If we didn't have this, we needed it anyway. So I encourage everyone to vote for this, period.
Thank you very much. Any other discussion on the motion? Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I just want to echo what Councilman Boyette said as well. When we went on that tour, we were also partnered with the guests of the facility, and it was remarkable. We got to hear their stories. We got to spend a number of hours with them, and in listening to their journey of homelessness and why they became homeless in the first place, and the mountains and the challenges that they climb every single day. It is very, very, very expensive to be poor. It is very, very, very hard to live a daily life when you do not have resources to pay for conveniences. And it was a real eye-opener. Some of the things that we talk about on council are prevention and diversion, and this is one of those true success stories. We hear from the public often that Billings isn't doing enough to address our homeless situation, our crime situation. And I just really, really commend all of the partners that have come together to make this happen. It was not a solo entity. This has truly been a group effort of different organizations throughout our community. And I truly commend them and thank them for all of the hard work as well as all of the city staff that have put time into this as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, are you prepared to vote? Any other discussion? No, seeing, we'll proceed to a vote. The vote is, or the motion is for approval. If in favor of, consistent with the staff recommendation, if in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Brings us then to item number 3. Tony, would you read item number 3?
Item number 3, public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 999, a zone change from corridor mixed use 1 to corridor mixed use 2, located at 733 South 31st Street West, just north of the Mercedes-Benz car dealership on King Avenue West. Patricia Harvey, owner, WWC Engineering agent. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our presenter tonight is Karen Hussman.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. The corridor mixed use 1 change to mixed use 2 is allowing the expansion of an auto dealership that's located to the south of this property. The surrounding zoning, it is N2 to the north. There's corridor mixed use 2 to the south and corridor mixed use 1 to the east. And to the west is corridor mixed use 1 as well as N1. The aerial photo shows the existing property to the south. And I have some photos for you. You can see currently they're using it for parking, which is actually not allowed. So this would bring it into conformance when they develop the property. This is looking to the south. And this is looking south across 31st Street. This is looking east down the alley that's located to the north of the subject property. This is looking west. And then this is looking to the north. The Zoning Commission held their public hearing, and they are forwarding a recommendation of approval. It meets the growth policy guidelines. Its adjacent uses and zoning are compatible with this subject chain development of the property. It allows expansion of an existing business, which is promoting economic growth. The site plan submitted by the applicant. This is a preliminary site plan depicting the proposed location of the building. It also shows where they're proposing to put landscaping. This is a preliminary proposal. Our landscaping in the zoning code requires specific buffering from the parcels to the north and the east and west. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Okay, any questions for Karen? Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Oftentimes when you're at a car dealership, you hear somebody over the speaker calling for someone. Is there any limitations on noise levels at this unit?
To my understanding, that would be inside. I can't answer that. I do believe our applicant's agent is present. Unfortunately, with the zone change, we can't put conditions on that to restrict those types of things. It is an existing use, so again, I'm not exactly sure of what if the new portion is going to be just for work and the sales lot is still going to be in the front. I don't have an answer to that.
Thank you. Any other questions for Karen or the applicant? Do not see any. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so we will open it up for public comment by anybody. If you would like to be heard on item number 3, please come forward. Just keep your comments to 3 minutes and tell us your name and address. Is there any public comment on item number 3, zone change 999? Any public comment, item number 3? Seeing none, public comment period is closed. Back to council. Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve zone change 999 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw indicating a desire to second that. Motion is for approval. Discussion on the motion. Councilmember Rewald.
Thank you, Mayor. It says that the zoning to the north is N2, and so it will require screening. There's no houses there now, I believe. Is that right, Karen?
There is some construction going. I'm not sure how far along they are. I did get one. I
think it's east a little further. But Do they have to put the screening up right away or not until?
It's part of their development process. So once they get their building permit, they'll have to submit a landscaping plan that will be approved along with the building permit.
And so somebody will hold their feet to the fire if?
Yes.
If they don't have to do it right away, but if a house goes in, then they have to do it? Or does the house have to?
No, it's part of the development, regardless of whether the property is actually developed with the residential, even if it's not under construction. It's the zoning that makes the restriction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Boyette, further discussion.
One more question, don't go sit down. I noticed that I've driven on that road quite a bit, and that road has quite a bad edge there. You can see it on the picture. Are they required to do any maintenance on that road or bring it up?
On their development, they're required to put in that buffer along the street, so they're going to have to put curb gutter and sidewalk in with their development.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Any other discussion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval of item number 3, consistent with the staff recommendation. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Bring us to item number 4. Tony, would you read item number 4?
Item number 4. Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1000, a zone change from mid-century neighborhoods to neighborhood office located at 436 Wicks Lane. Leighton D. Jones, DMD owner, performance engineering agent. Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria. Action, approval or disapproval of the Zoning Commission recommendation.
Karen, again.
Zone change 1000. It's mid-century residential to a neighborhood office. This is along Wicks Lane. The zoning to the north, south, and west is N2, and to the east is NO, which is the neighborhood office they're requesting. Currently, there's a single-family dwelling on the property. The proposal is to remove the single-family dwelling and the office building to the east, which is a dental office. They would be reconstructing a larger and more modern facility and expanding, so this would allow for additional parking as well. Some pictures of the subject property. This is looking north across Wicks Lane. And additionally, this is also north. One to the east, and then one to the west. The Zoning Commission is forwarding a recommendation of approval. It does meet the growth policy guidelines. It's adjacent to uses and zoning are compatible, and it allows renovation and expansion of an existing business. They do not have a site plan for this property. They were waiting for their approval to start any kind of development process. They would have to have their landscaping and buffering adjacent to that residential as well. Again, that's the same criteria. As soon as they submit for their building permits, they would have to be required to submit that landscaping plan. That concludes my presentation. If you have any questions.
Any questions for Karen? Any questions for Karen? Don't see any. Thank you very much. We'll open up for public hearing then. This is a public hearing. Item number 4, zone change 1000. And Wicks, please come forward. Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. For the record, Scott Aspenleiter, agent for the applicant. This is zone change number 1000. I think we get credit or blame for at least a quarter of those over the city's history, but this might be the easiest. It's a dental facility that's just looking to tear down their building and expand, add new parking, bring a better look to that area on Wicks. So here for questions if there are any, but I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comment? If you'd like to be heard, item number 4, this is your opportunity. Any other public comment on item number 4? Don't see any. Public hearing is then closed. Back to council. Councilmember Shaw. Wow.
I was just trying to make a motion, but it didn't seem to like that. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I move to approve zone change 1000 and adopt the findings of the 10 criteria as recommended by the Zoning Commission.
Thank you very much. Second by Councilmember Boyette. Motion is for approval. Discussion on the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, we're going to proceed to a vote. No further discussion? Okay. If in favor of the motion for approval, item number 4, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Brings us then to item number 5. Tony, would you read item number 5?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1001. Text amendment to section 27-1000, 27-1005, 27-1006, 27-1400, 27-1803, related to the regulation of marijuana businesses, and to include several recommended amendments by the Zoning Commission to the original draft, including a reduction in the separation distances from dispensaries to protected uses, allowing dispensaries in 2 more zoning districts, and adding language to ensure there is no waiver of the required separation distances. Zoning Commission recommends approval. Action, approval, or disapproval of Zoning Commission recommendation.
Thank you. Our zoning coordinator, Nicole Cromwell, is our presenter tonight. Nicole.
Good evening, and welcome to the next 1,000 zone changes. Hopefully they won't all be about marijuana. So this is an amendment that you initiated in September. We brought that draft ordinance to the Zoning Commission on October 5th. They reviewed it. They have recommended several changes to that ordinance and proposed some findings for you on the original draft as well as those proposed amendments. Tonight is the first reading, and in 2 weeks you'll have a second reading on this ordinance. So a little history. A statewide ballot initiative was adopted by the state of Montana voters in November of 2020 to allow recreational marijuana sales. And the legislature amended the state statutes through House Bill 701 in this past session, and that was adopted in May. Beginning January 1st, medical marijuana dispensaries, either current or former dispensaries, licensed by Montana and in good standing with the state of Montana and our local jurisdiction, may start selling adult use marijuana on January 1st. The Department of Revenue has not yet finished adopting or building their own regulations. So in the meantime, we're going to do zoning, both for dispensaries, for manufacturing, for cultivation, for testing laboratories, and for transporters. All of those business types that are addressed in House Bill 701. The ad hoc steering committee has been meeting regularly over the summer and the fall. And the original draft of the text amendment was based on the recommendations that came from the council and its ad hoc steering committee. So first, marijuana businesses will be, the original text restricted all types of marijuana businesses except for testing laboratories to the heavy commercial, light industrial, and heavy industrial zone districts. Based on the testimony and hearing with the city zoning commission, they are recommending an amendment to that for dispensaries only, to allow those dispensaries in Corridor Mixed Use 1 and Corridor Mixed Use 2 zone districts. And there were 3 basic reasons for that recommendation. One is that the safety of businesses from crime in isolated heavy commercial and industrial zone districts is not as good as in a commercial mixed-use zone district. There are more people, there are more eyes on the street that are protective of both the business and of the customers that are going to those businesses. They have standard retail hours. They have other retail businesses. The second reasoning is that based on the map that we presented that showed the areas within the city limits that may be available based on that original amendment, original text, were very few and isolated. And one of the zoning commission members presented a map that showed that all of the neighborhoods within 0.8 miles or a mile of those areas are in low and moderate income neighborhoods. And they felt that this was discriminatory on its face, that these types of businesses should be allowed, dispensaries in particular, because if you're just a dispensary, you're not necessarily growing or manufacturing or processing marijuana, you're selling it. And so that any potential negative effects should be throughout the community and not just in low-income neighborhoods. And the third reasoning is that they believed, based on testimony at the public hearing, that access to this product should be more. There should be more access throughout the community. And for those 3 reasons, that's why they recommended Corridor Mixed Use 1 and Corridor Mixed Use 2. Then they considered, they left the original text about testing laboratories in place as is. Then they started discussion on the separation distances because of that proposed amendment to open it up to Corridor Mixed Use 1 and 2. So the original text was that any dispensary cultivation had to be 1,000 feet from a church, a primary or secondary school, parks with playgrounds, daycare centers, youth centers, and neighborhood residential zones. Because they expanded the number of districts for dispensaries only, and knowing that most corridor mixed-use zone districts are well within 1,000 feet, in some cases, of residential neighborhood zones, churches, parks, schools, they felt it appropriate for dispensaries only to reduce those separation distances to 600 feet for churches, schools, and public parks and playgrounds, to not include youth centers or daycare centers in that 600-foot separation, and reduce it from 1,000 feet to residential zones to 350 feet to residential zones. So it was the recognition of those zone district locations in our community that helped them come to another number for separation distances for dispensaries only. If a dispensary is also a cultivator, it has to meet the most restrictive separation. If it's only a dispensary, it can meet the 600-foot to churches, parks, and schools, and 350 feet to neighborhood residential zones. Again, the original text they left in place for no separation required for transporters, which are businesses that just move marijuana product from one place to another. They don't necessarily sell, they don't sell directly to consumers, but they may deliver to consumers. And they left in place the required arterial setback for dispensaries for adult use or combined use dispensaries of 150 feet to the arterial street frontage. And separations and setbacks are measured in the same way that we do already for our bars and casinos, which is from the outside of the structure that has the business inside of it to the property line of the protected use. They did add in the language about that there would be no waiver, reduction, or variance allowed to those separation distances, and included this use as one of those uses if you're already in place and you become non-conforming because a church moved in next door and you suffer damage to your business and it needs to be rebuilt, you can come to the council and ask permission to rebuild through a special review. This is the original map that we developed for the draft text before the zoning commission hearing. So as you can see, there is these areas along the interstate, south and west, a few areas here and here, a piece in the middle of the sugar beet pile, a piece just north of the refinery here along Minnesota Avenue, and a little piece here way north on Main Street, north of the American Pharmaceuticals building. Based on the zoning commission recommendations, we developed a couple of new maps. This one shows where space based on zoning and separation distances recommended would be available just for dispensaries. And those are the green areas shown on the map. This area on the north end of Maine expands. There's a little piece here in the middle section of Maine between Wicks and Hilltop. This area expands a little bit, but not much more. Now a bigger chunk of the waste beet pile is included. We have some areas south of the interstate that expanded a little bit more, and a little bit more here, and then a few places here at Zimmerman and Grand, Shiloh and Grand, and then these two little pieces north of Highway 3. And this, you look familiar, right? Kind of looks like the first map because they didn't change any of the separations for cultivation, processing, or manufacturing. So that map is essentially the same. Just we created a new map just for dispensaries. And as I said, if you're a dispensary and you're also a grower, you have to meet the more restrictive separations, and you have to also be in one of those 3 zone districts of heavy commercial, light industrial, or heavy industrial. They also left in place specific prohibition of home occupation, and that's for any type of marijuana business. Testing laboratory, transporter, grower, cultivator, processor, dispenser. No home occupations. No outdoor cultivation. They left that in place. Signage approval by the state of Montana. They have to show us a letter or something in writing from the state that their signage is approved before we will process that signage through our sign permit regulations. Our definitions in the zoning code are identical to the state law, unless we've had to add something like a youth center definition, a daycare center definition. Tonight, after we're done with zoning, you'll move on to occupational licenses, which is a bigger has more moving parts than zoning does. But Karen Tracy and I have been working closely together, sharing information, making sure that we're coordinated and that these rules will work together when they're adopted. So it's going to be legal. We just need to figure out how it's going to be legal in Billings. The chart of the week from University of Montana's Bureau of Business and Economic Research on their estimates of adult use marijuana sales projections for the upcoming years. So resident sales start high and go down a little bit, but non-resident sales climb upwards as we move through the first 5 years of the program. Department of Revenue has a robust information webpage for people to find out all kinds of information about the upcoming Department of Revenue program. I encourage you to look there if you have any questions about their program. We have gleaned a lot of information from their own website. One of the things that I am looking forward to, and I'm sure Karen Tracy is looking forward to, is the opening up of the information on January 1st. Right now, we're very limited on information about local providers that they can release to us. So we'll be happy when that happens. The Zoning Commission does recommend approval of the draft regulations as they have proposed amending them, that they believe that this protects the public health, welfare, and safety. It is consistent with our city growth policy, that the business license requirements that are companion to these zoning regulations may impose additional fire code restrictions, and required separations will diminish any potential impacts to schools and parks and churches and residential neighborhoods. They believe that the expanded zone districts for dispensaries only will enhance the safety of those businesses, provide a safer customer experience, and not place all dispensaries close to low and moderate income neighborhoods. And selected zone districts for these uses will have similar uses and similar impacts. Again, here's the original zone map as proposed, the updated map for dispensaries only, and then the, oops, I went backwards. And then the cultivation, processing, and manufacturing map, which is essentially the original map, but now just for cultivation, processing, and manufacturing. And I think that's the end.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Council, we'll have some questions for staff. It's almost 7:10. Typically, we try to take a break around 7:30. So after our questions, if we have time, we'll move on to public hearing and then look for a break. Unless we have a lot of questions. So let's start off with some questions for staff. Councilmember Biakovic, Councilmember Purington.
Thank you, Honor and Council, and thank you, Nicole, for presenting. I guess, well, I'm very, I thought we originally talked as council 4,000 feet. And then we come back, I mean, maybe, but then staff comes back with the opposite of what we want. So a little bit confusing about that. Like, okay, with that, whoever made the comments that this one is going to be better than the other one in a low-income area, I have a question about that. So anyway, I'm a little bit fired up right now, but I just, the logic here doesn't make sense. Living in a low-income area, you just expanded it. I would not want to have it expanded into another area at the jeopardizing the 1,000 feet. All that doesn't make sense to me with dispensaries. So I'm just throwing that out, and I hope that we can have a robust discussion on that.
And Nicole, feel free to comment.
clarify for Councilmember Yakowicz and the council, this is not a staff recommendation. This is a zoning commission recommendation. Staff recommended to the zoning commission exactly what was directed staff to present to them, which was 1,000 feet and the 3 zone districts. The zoning commission disagreed with that. They produced amendments, and they have findings that are in your staff report that support those amendments. If you choose not to adopt that recommendation, you don't have to. You can go back to exactly what you started with. Does the staff report and findings still support that? And I just want to make sure that you're clear that that is absolutely available to you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Purington, and then Ronning and Boyette.
And Nicole, I understand where you're coming from with the zoning commission, and right before council, and I didn't get to read it, is that I think the mayor said if we decide to not adopt what the commission has to say, the zoning commission says, then it's onerous on us to come back through those 10 criteria or come up with the new fact of findings. Is that correct?
You would have to take out the language in the findings that were presented to you that support the reduced separation distances and the expansion into the corridor mixed use 1 and 2. I believe earlier today, Director Friday kind of highlighted the pieces of those criteria that are directly related to the zoning commission's recommendation.
So a follow-up.
Go ahead, Councilor.
So this is one question that I have, and I asked it, but I don't think I got an answer from the eBird specifically said someplace that they did not want any of the marijuana businesses in the eBird.
Yes.
Okay, so
Director Zach Tarakidis communicated with me before the zoning commission hearing that they would not, that their owners group do not support allowing those businesses in any of their districts.
And I appreciate them stepping forward and saying that. But whenever the testing labs are in the CBD, isn't that the central business district, which is that downtown area?
Uh-huh.
And does that include the eBird in that, or is that separate?
It is separate.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. If I can just clarify, Nicole, right before our meeting, I did forward the findings, the proposed 9 findings, circled a few extras that Wyeth had already identified that deal with some of the recommendations from the zoning commission that were different from the original proposal by council. It'd be very difficult for us to go and draft actual language. I'm assuming that if there's a desire to move away from that, and our discussion is clear enough in concept, that we could ask staff to come back with actual writing that could be approved on second reading, so we had a record. Do you see any problem with that procedure as long as our discussion is clear enough?
No, none at all. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Ronning, and then Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you. Nicole, you may or may not be able to answer this question, but in regard to the recommendations by the zoning commission, I'm a bit confused, and maybe I'm just confused in my own head, and you can help clarify this. So when they were talking about the low-income neighborhoods, they used the word potential negative effects. I'm a little confused why they didn't think that those same potential negative effects apply to children. Because they removed daycare centers and youth centers as being included in the restrictions for zoning and things like that. Why don't they think those same potential negative effects apply to children?
I'm not really sure why they did that, other than it was more parallel with existing separations for bars and casinos in those zone districts.
Okay.
Because we don't provide separations to daycare and youth centers.
I think they choose really bad bad language, maybe, perhaps. There's no sense there to me at all. But anyway, thank you so much for attempting to explain that.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Boyette.
And I'm sure I'll get in trouble for this, but you and I were together for 10 years on the zoning commission, basically. And to answer Councilman Yakovitz's question, I never felt like I was directing the zoning meetings. I felt that it came to me from staff. And then I either agreed with staff or didn't agree with staff. So this is my opinion. I don't believe that the zoning commission came up with all this all by themselves. I watched the meeting and I saw one of the members that was kind of frustrated over the meeting. So just an observation, and maybe that'll help your feeling.
Okay, further questions for Nicole, Councilman Brown.
So Nicole, and this may not even be a possibility, but I'm concerned also that it's all concentrated right there, kind of on the south side, downtown, that area. Can we do a special district or something like that to kind of take specific areas out? I mean, is that even a possibility, or is that just too much work and not going to work?
At this point, to designate a special area where all those businesses have to be?
No, to exclude them. Do a special district to exclude them out of some of that green area there.
Oh, the dispensaries? I think the easiest way to do that is just to roll back the zone districts.
That's what I'm thinking too. Okay. And is there reason, I mean, they're cutting the distance well over half. I mean, by 3/4. Is there a specific reason other than it opens up more areas of town? Is that the only reason that they're changing that distance?
Well, with the knowledge of the map is that a lot of our corridor mixed-use zone districts are close to neighborhoods, and they're close to churches and parks and schools. I don't know if you recall, but when we did the conforming, non-conforming map for existing bars and casinos, specifically in the corridor mixed-use 1 and 2 zone districts, we found about 60% of them couldn't meet those separation distance requirements in their existing locations. And either that was for both of those separations or one of them, but most of them were for the 350 feet to a residential zone from their existing location. So if you expand the districts to include those 2 zone districts, but don't reduce the 1,000 feet, you don't have any space in CMU 1 or 2 that would be available.
Okay, so basically, yes, they reduced it so that we could expand
Right.
the distance for dispensaries.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Nicole.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions for staff, any staff, before we move to public hearing? Councilmember Tricky?
Did we ever establish clear finding of fact as to why these marijuana businesses need to have greater separation than the current organizations like alcohol, bars, and casinos?
In the original findings that were submitted to the zoning commission, under, let me go to that page. Basically, the findings were that similar uses with similar impacts, but requiring the separations to be more protective of public health and safety for an unpredictable impact to the surrounding community. We don't know if there's going to be harmful impacts. We do know from other states that haven't put in place separation distances to neighborhoods from cultivations, that they have a lot of complaints about smell and odor. Some people are not bothered by it, but many people are. And so with those kinds of potential impacts, 1,000 feet seems to be, or in the staff findings to the zoning commission, was conservative, given that unpredictable nature of how many businesses will have, what impact they could have in the surrounding community.
Thank you, Ms. Cromwell.
Thank you. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We had asked for a map that would overlay the original and the zoning commission, but apparently that's maybe technically too difficult. I just wanted to have your opinion, because you work with these maps every day. When you take the original 1,000 feet separation, zone districts, heavy industrial, all of that, and you expand it to the zoning commission's CM1, CM2, mixed use, how much area are you actually able to put in a dispensary based on the recommendation from the zoning staff, or zoning commission, sorry, and that of the original? So how much area is it really changing? Thank you.
Well, I'm just going to flip back and forth a couple of times. I'm pretty good at estimating. I would say it adds between 20 and 50 acres citywide. The city is 44 square miles, and there's 640 acres in a square mile. So it's a very small number compared to the entire city. It's probably a very small number compared to how many acres we have in corridor mixed use 1 and 2.
Thank you, Councilmember Rebo.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of along the lines with Councilman Chiriki's question. If we were a dry city and a non-casino city, I'm betting the distances of separation, if they were coming in, would be a whole lot different than what we have today, because they're here, so we're stuck with them. So that is where I think we're coming up with the greater distance. If we had to do it over again, I'm really sure that we would be looking at something way greater than what we have, just by discussion that there's been over the last 3-4 years about casinos and recode last year with bars and taverns and stuff. So I'm thinking that's water under the bridge, and we can't hardly pull it back uphill. So that's why we're going with the greater amount now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. We want to have time for public hearing, but we are coming up on our typical 7:30-ish break. I'm going to just ask, when we open up for public hearing, this will be just on the zone map and the zoning regulations. There'll be a separate second hearing on the regulatory procedures, which is item number 6. But can I just get a show of hands for how many would like to comment on this item number 5, so we get some idea of the time we're going to need for public hearing? There's at least 5. So times 3 be roughly 15 minutes-ish. Okay. Okay, Council, what's your preference? You want to take a break now, or you want to hear from that group? Anybody care strongly?
Let's do it.
You want to hear it, and then we'll take a break? Okay. If there's nothing else for Nicole, we will move on to a public hearing. Thank you very much. So we'll open up for public hearing then on item number 5. And again, there'll be a separate public hearing for item number 6, and you can comment again if you would like.
And we will.
Please give us your name and address.
Good evening, Becky Bai. I'm representing Substance Abuse Connect as their government liaison, 2611 Gable Road. I would just refer to you, we provided a letter to the council earlier today, dated October 25th. I'm going to just read to you into public record for public purposes the part that we have on zoning. Also, for the public, just a little background. Substance Abuse Connect is dedicated to preventing addiction, fostering a healthy climate for recovery, and ensuring behavioral health treatment is available to those in need. Because of our work to substantially reduce addiction and addiction-related crime, we believe it is important to responsibly prepare for the impacts of recreational marijuana on addiction and addiction-related problems. To that end, the signing members of this letter that we provided to council and the city staff for your work to date on this issue, we encourage you to strongly consider incorporating the following. In regard to zoning, I would refer you to number 4 of that letter that we provided. Ensure that zoning includes setbacks from any behavioral health treatment facility, not to make your job more complicated than what you already have for setbacks. Organizations, clubs, or community facilities whose primary clientele include those suffering from mental illness or in recovery from addiction. Exposure to marijuana businesses and smells can be triggering for individuals in recovery. Zoning setbacks provide a common sense way to prevent relapse for individuals who are in recovery. Patients with a serious mental illness often use cannabis at a higher rate than the general population and are often diagnosed with cannabis use disorder. Clinical studies reveal a strong association between the psychoactive effects of cannabis and the symptoms of serious mental illnesses, and we've provided you some research around that. Setbacks from locations whose primary clientele include those suffering from mental illness could be protective for those suffering from mental illness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Council members and Mayor, my name is Jason Smith, 4515 Palisades Park. I don't have a bunch to say because usually when I do, the council acts emotionally on what I have to do and have to say, like when I put in for a license in a place where there was no ordinance and the zoning, and the council's reaction was to pass an ordinance 2 weeks later. We have liquor stores and casinos with no against marijuana in the front yards of these businesses, a stone's throw from Ben Steele's school. To be treated different than these other businesses is definitely discriminatory and being picked on. I was the only one that put in for a license. She passed that ordinance because of the license that I put in when nobody else had. I take that as a direct attack on me and my business. As far as the zoning, you've already came to the conclusions. You've already approved a lab for testing, but it's still a marijuana. It's still a federally illegal product, and that was already done. And that was already decided even when I spoke on September 8th about that. As I believe and remember, Tina here had asked about that licensing, and then I guess we act like we're unaware of it, but that'll show up later on. And now I hear that a dispensary can be set up and a church may be able to set up next to it. So I could have somebody like a car salesman coming up, setting up a church next to me and trying to force me out. I see a lot of, let's say, problems to deal with in the future if something like that is allowed. Of course there is smell. We heard testimony from that particular car salesman's wife about the smell of feces and marijuana in San Francisco. But what I do know is if you do have questions, there is a state inspector, regional. I gave that information to Pam Puritan, the council member, and thank you for at least asking. He would have a lot of the answers that maybe you have the questions to, because I feel like you've been misled by Karen Tracy. No disrespect to her, but this is a hard industry to understand. And I'm in the position where I've held my position because I feel like I do understand what's going on. And by the decisions you're making irrationally and emotionally, puts the city in a predicament rather than having to address it in a nice, timely manner. And I want to thank you for your time. And I appreciate the work that you're putting into this. But thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, City Council. Allison Corbin with Big Sky Economic Development. Just wanted to provide a few perspectives on this topic from the economic development lens. We've talked to some of our peers in Colorado and gleaned information that we thought would be helpful today. Many of the same topics have already been brought up, but just a couple quick ones pertaining to the zoning challenge. We did hear when talking to our peers in Colorado that a lot of existing businesses got really upset when dispensaries ended up locating next to them because of the perception of safety declining, having them next to them. And we also have heard time and again of the challenges of the odor intrusion, especially into other manufacturing processes. There was an example in Colorado that had to do with the textile industry, actually bought up the land all around them to protect themselves from the intrusions that can happen in the manufacturing process with marijuana. So we just wanted to bring that up as something to be thinking about as we develop into these spaces that could possibly have other manufacturers that could be impacted by that odor intrusion. The second thing that our peers shared with us, and this has already been touched on already, but I wanted to express how they portrayed it to us, is that in Colorado, you saw a lot of dispensaries, similarly in this map, end up locating in low-income areas. And these areas often don't have as loud of a political voice. And the community chose, like our entire community chose to legalize recreational marijuana, as did theirs. And they said, they indicated that no one socioeconomic area should experience the impacts of those more than others. And so that was something that one of them was from city. She said her city council wrestles with that a lot, of just how you make sure that you're being respectful of different socioeconomic areas when you're placing businesses of this nature. So those are just a couple of quick considerations from an economic development lens that I wanted to share tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, my name is Ming Cabrera. I live at 1734 Poly Drive. I do have a business on Main Street, and that's my concern. There's a lot of emotion going into this, and I understand that. I've talked to a few of the City Council people as well in regards to worries about substance abuse, and I've done my own thinking on that. But again, we're looking at emotional responses. I, as a business owner, am worried about the impact of where we're at on the industrial end. If you look at that map as it is now, there's only one tiny spot on Main Street for 30,000 people that are not even being considered. Now, does everybody have to go to the south side of Billings, Montana to buy their recreational marijuana, or do they get it anyway? That's an emotional response. And by trying to restrict it to one certain area on anything but what the city zoning commission will try to do won't make a difference. People are going to buy their recreational marijuana south side or in the heights. But if the location, like any business out there, it is location, location, location. As Councilman Chiriky said, we don't know where the predictability of what's happening. I know there's a casino right next to a playground, and I don't see kids out there drinking alcohol. I go to alcoholic shops, and you have anything from 4% to 120% alcohol proof. Again, we have regulations coming up and wake up in regards to marijuana and THC use, but we don't know because we haven't done the studies. Once again, it's a Schedule I drug, as you all know, but things will change. In the newspaper today, 38 states have some type of medical dispensary or recreational. And now at the federal level, this will change again. I don't know when, but that's not the point. It was approved in the state of Montana. And for that to restrict our development in the heights, that's one of the things that I worry for those people that don't have, and we do have a lot of places in the city of Billings that need these places that can be provided with safety net for the police there, rather in that corner of Billings Heights, way over there by Bull Mountain Grill, where they hardly go by. There's more safety in numbers as for the patrol. And I'm sorry, it is emotional. I worry about that more than anything, about the facts and what substance abuse does or Substance Connect. But the fact of the matter is, we need to look at the businesses where it can impact and help our businesses grow in the future. So I would urge you to to go with the zoning commission meeting recommendations at this time. And thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Next. I think we've seen you before, whatever your name is.
Honorable Mayor and Council, my name is Christina Volick. I live at 3214 Horton Smith Lane, and it's a pleasure to be back here on a Monday evening, but not every Monday evening.
And be able to leave.
I am here this evening representing the West End Neighborhood Task Force, of which I am the Secretary Treasurer. At our meeting last Tuesday, the 19th, the task force voted to ask the council on zoning item 1001, is that the number? To reinstate the 1,000-foot separation requirement for dispensaries from residential areas, religious institutions, primary and secondary schools, parks with playgrounds, and play field or daycare or youth centers. They also voted to ask the council to exclude corridor mixed-use 1 and 2 zoning districts from areas where dispensaries are allowed, focusing instead on heavy commercial and heavy light industrial zones as originally presented. The zoning commission, in fairness to them, did not have the map, this map that you see before you, I don't believe, to see how far the changes would go. And in our area, this would add clinic space on Grand, Zimmerman, and Shiloh. This vote followed a presentation, a very good one, by the city administrator and his staff on the public safety levy, and another presentation from a DEA agent on increasing potency of existing marijuana products. And both the police and the DEA agent noted that marijuana is a gateway drug. They also noted that escalating crime issues are related in part to drugs. We realize that this is a result of a popular vote, this idea, unless the ballot issue prohibiting adult dispensaries passes November 2nd. However, the state legislature has given you more control. We have greatly appreciated that your recognition that the neighborhoods need to be protected and in this manner by zoning and setbacks. To address a couple of issues. Your staff has reported a study that has shown residents within 0.8 miles of adult use dispensaries being more likely to use marijuana than other neighborhoods further away. Why would you add that to your city? There has been talk about isolating clinics. You can't see it very well, but if you look at the bottom of this map, immediately south of the freeway, and again north, up near the general setting map, there are 17 dispensaries in the county. And I'll be glad to answer any questions.
I have a question.
Councilmember Yakovich?
I'd like to hear more.
Okay, I can be quick.
But keep it very short if you would.
Okay.
Well, Your Honor, I have another question, then, if he doesn't do that. But, well, I'm just throwing out that you have great experience, and thank you for your service over all these years. We had a hard time finding someone to replace you, but we did.
You did well.
You did a great job. Well, we'll be looking at points to address the commission, as you've always instructed me in the 4 years ago, how we need to address that so that we have a legitimate reason to say 1,000-foot setback. Any of your points on that would be helpful.
All right. One thing I would like to point out is that you are going to have clients, not just from the city of Billings, but you are going to have clients from the surrounding states and the counties that did not pass the marijuana ballot. And they are going to be using these facilities. And they are familiar with the existing areas. They are familiar with the freeway. And that is going to make those locations more familiar and accessible to them. And that would be the other big thing that I would point out, that it's not just yours, and you're having people from the outside coming in, and the freeway access is critical to them, in my opinion.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other public comment on item number 5? Please come forward.
Hi, Kristen Lundgren, 1719 Front Street. I'm the Executive Director of Substance Abuse Connect. Was not aware of the potential changes to the setbacks that were discussed tonight. And I just want to go on the record agreeing with the West End Task Force that I think that we should keep those 1,000-foot separations for schools, children, churches, and Substance Abuse Connect would add recovery facilities to this. And I understand that we're in a lot of unknown territory, and there is a study on this and a study on that, and a lot of studies that need to continue to be done. And I just think that we need to err on the side of caution, and that it'll, if time shows that we can reduce these, we can. And I just want to go on the record as saying that I would hope that the City Council would keep those 1,000-foot setbacks.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on item number 5? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Members of the City Council, I'd like to thank Tina for her statements. Unbeknownst, I think.
And Mr. King, if you just remind us of your name and address, please.
Richard King, Country Club Circle in Billings, Montana. I am the newly elected chairman of the Rimrock Neighborhoods Task Force. Our area includes, if I may, a straight line from Shiloh Road all the way up to where the blue indication is, back down. I think we come right about through here, and then we recently picked up the area all the way over to North 27th. So our boundary is north of Rimrock, east of Shiloh, and includes part of the airport, and also this newly assigned industrial and commercial area. I just gave the members of the council our decision from our board that we have requested that the council maintain the 1,000-foot separation from churches, schools, residential areas, etc. And I think, as I said before, I thank Tina for covering that very well. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on item number 5? Any other public comment on item number 5? Do not see any, so we'll close the public comment period. Thank you very much, members of the public who offered their testimony. We're a little bit past our typical break time, so we'll go ahead and do that. It is 7:42. We'll be back no later than 7:50, and a couple minutes before if we can. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Council, we've had our public hearing on this matter. How do you want to proceed? Councilmember Yakowicz?
Should I say Councilmember Neese?
All right. Yeah, I'm Councilman Yakanese today. Yakanese. Well, Your Honor and Council, I would like to direct staff to go back to the original 1,000 feet zoning, not to include CM1 or CM2, as originally, and so going back to originally recommended by staff, including the rehab facilities and recovery, as mentioned. And I would like to make, well, 2 points right now. This will not diminish the health and well-being of the community, and this will enhance the public safety of the community.
Do we need a second?
Okay, Councilmember Brown has a second. Okay, we've got a motion. Now discussion on the motion. Councilmember Ewald.
I don't know if they got that we have to include the recovery and rehab facilities as a separation distance.
I think Councilmember Yakowicz mentioned that.
But not specifically that it needs to be included in the separation distance, like churches and parks, so.
You're saying it should be. I think that was part of the, the motion. Okay. Councilmember Bronning, Councilmember Purington?
Thank you. I guess my question is, would that include daycare centers and youth centers as well? Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Daycare and youth centers. Okay. Councilmember Purington?
So one of the things that Dan Brooks had mentioned, and where did Nicole left? She left. Anyway, so the concern was if you had a separation between businesses, and we haven't really discussed that much in here, but I'm wondering if that could be part of that and how much distance would be prudent.
Okay, so and that was a question for Nicole. You're asking her to comment on that. Okay. And so did you get that, Nicole? This possible separation between
between dispensaries?
Yes, because that was one of the things that Dan Brooks had brought up in the zoning commission meeting, was about, if they're clustered, if these businesses are clustered in the low income neighborhoods or areas.
Okay.
That's one way that you get around that. And I think that was part of Ben Court's perception also.
Right. We do have one other use in the zoning that requires separations from similar, and those are for adult uses. And those are required to be separated from each other by 600 feet. The justification for that was the anticipated and known ancillary negative effects of those adult use type businesses. And that's why the City Council in 1994 put that separation distance in place between those two identical businesses. Not wanting to create a green mile, so to speak, along a street, you could do that. You could add that to the zoning. We'd have to discover some information about having more than 3 on a block front has more negative effect than having 3 spaced out along a half mile. I'm not sure.
So I guess I would just ask if council is interested in doing that.
Okay, the question is out there. Council can comment as council feels fit. Chris, you had your hand up.
I think for simplicity, I want to just clarify a couple things. Number one, you're not directing the staff to do anything. Okay. You're amending.
Right.
Thank you. What you have in front of you. And I would encourage you to take it in small bites, or bites that everybody on the council and the public can follow. That way the record will be more clear as to what you're debating, and ultimately what will be on the record for your, to make a record for how you vote. That will help us more than the notion that we're going to go back and rewrite any of this for you. The minutes will show what you've done.
Okay, so I think that directions language it's clear that this is actual change to the recommended text amendment. But I would take one issue or exception to that with one point, which is we don't have any findings of fact, and I don't want to sit here for the next 3 hours to try to draft those. So I do think we want to make specific direction to staff, per our discussion with Nicole earlier, that she would, if this passes, come back to us with proposed written findings. And that is for us to take a look at and presumably adopt. But that was not part of that motion. Is that?
That is part of it.
Is that sort of a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And to the second, is that, Councilmember Brown, that was your second? Okay. Okay, so now further discussion. We have questions about separations. We have lots of issues. Councilmember Ewalt and Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the separation between businesses will probably take care of themselves because you got one spot in the Heights and one spot on Minnesota Avenue, and then you got the other one. I don't think the dispensaries are going to want to be all, within the half-mile stretch. So I think they're going to spread out, and just for business reasons. So I don't think we need to really worry about that too much, but that's just my point.
Councilmember Joy and Councilmember Yakovich.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I will not be supporting the motion. All socioeconomic levels of society are not organized as effectively as others. We don't have the Central Terry Park Task Force here giving an opinion of how the original map will impact their area. We do not have the Southwest Corridor here to testify how this is going to impact their area. So those are areas I represent. Those are people being impacted by this. Someone said, well, in the county there are 17 dispensaries. That's because they have customers. And part of our discussion in MeCode was bars and casinos, and we had a really big discussion about that. If they didn't have customers, they wouldn't exist. So when we get very full of a notion that some people are doing something and other people are not, if they didn't have customers, they wouldn't exist. So I will not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Yakovich and Councilmember Shaw.
Well, I know Nicole was running around when I was making the motion, so just to be clear, I'm amending our document to go back to the original 1,000 feet, which would be more clear not to have CM1 or CM2, as originally recommended by staff, and this is including daycares and youth facilities, rehab facilities, and recovery. And I propose two of maybe many. The one is that this will not diminish, or this will enhance the health and well-being of the community. And secondly, it will also enhance the public safety of the community. So that, I just wanted to make that clearer with some of those steps.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw and Councilmember Ronning.
Thank you. I also am not going to support this motion. I don't think either of these maps are perfect, but I do prefer the idea of being able to spread out, especially the dispensary businesses across the rest of the city. And the kind of pitch that I will make for this, I'm not going to make a substitute motion or anything, but is that listening to the zoning commission meeting, one thing that stuck out to me was actually Mr. Cabrera, who's here, saying, there's actually a lot of businesses on Main Street in the Heights that want small-time tenants. They have 500 square feet or something like that. It's not a huge thing that would be interested in potentially participating in this industry in some way. I think that those pockets exist all across the city, and as one example, I just pulled up how many CBD shops we have in Billings, and that is obviously different. but it's the same kind of impact that a dispensary would have in terms of they're not cultivating on site, they're not manufacturing on site, they're not doing any of the other things that we are still going to restrict, but they're just selling that product, and they exist on Grand, they exist in the Heights, there's 10 to 12 all across the city right now. So for me, I look at that as kind of a model of that's not a huge impact in terms of, I don't get people complaining to me at least about those. And I would anticipate that it would be a similar situation for dispensaries, because again, it's just isolating the sale piece of it. So I just wanted to put that on the record, that I think is an important issue. I hope that if this does pass, that there are no issues at all, and eventually a future council can come back and say, okay, that was not a problem, let's open up these other districts. So that would be my hope for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Ronnie?
Thank you. I want to thank everyone that came and gave public comment tonight. These are not easy subjects for a local municipality to be doing, and I've said it before that I believe this is a federal subject. This is the federal government should be regulating this, not local municipalities. But that set aside, here we are. We have been delegated to do this. It's a little confusing to me when I hear support for these businesses, but I don't want them in my community. I don't quite understand that. Support for marijuana businesses, but don't put them in the areas I represent. That's a little confusing to me. If these are really good businesses, then why wouldn't we want them in areas where we need economic growth? That's a little confusing to me, but I will support this motion, and I believe that future councils will have the opportunity to expand if it proves that these are highly successful in Billings, that future councils have the opportunity to expand, and if that's the case, then they'll have the opportunity to do it. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Treaky.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, citizens of Billings. I do want to make a couple of things clear in my mind about the motion. First off, I want to remind that while the staff recommendation did come from the staff was directed to make that recommendation by the council. So let's own this. It wasn't staff that put it here for us. It was us, the council. I argued against this position in the committee meetings. I've argued against it here in these meetings, and council has moved forward anyway. The biggest thing that worries me is that there has never been a compelling state interest to prohibit marijuana. There wasn't one in the 1970s when the war on drugs was done. The commission that was asked to look for that compelling state interest came back and said, decriminalize marijuana. The thing that also, most importantly, that worries me about this is the whole notion of the gateway drug. Why is marijuana a gateway drug? Is there something medically inherent about marijuana that causes people to go from marijuana to harder drugs? Or is it the fact they are part of a community of illegal activities? So in order to get marijuana and become part of marijuana, you have to be consorting with people who are doing illegal activities, who have an interest in selling you additional products that move you along into that whole thing. The reality is that I have never found a study that showed the medical link. I have found a lot of studies that show the social link. And that is the reason why DARE took gateway drug off of their education thing, because it is a social issue, because we made it illegal. So there are lots of consequences when you make things illegal, when you prohibit them. So it is one of the things that I worry about, is that we will get faced with this at some point and have to deal with it either in the courts or whatever. I do not believe that we have shown a compelling state interest in trying to regulate this any harder than we have anything else that we are doing here in here right now. A couple of other just quick things I want to say. There's a lot of implication. There's a lot of correlational data that is listed in the articles that were put in there for the findings. There was absolutely no statement about the significance of any of those harms. Was it one person who becomes psychotic from it? Did we show that anyone actually became psychotic because of marijuana? No, we did not. All we showed was that there was a correlation. Well, you know what? There's a correlation with every person who dies of a drug overdose with having water in their body. Does that mean that water is killing them? No. Correlational data is circumstantial data, and it is not enough of a reason to move on these things. The other point I want to make is that we have not heard evidence from both sides of this. The local industry got brought in for one meeting, and it was just for a couple of hours. I don't think it was even 2 hours. So we did not hear from the local industry, who are at one level experts about this thing. The only expert we brought into town was Ben Court, and all of the things that Substance Abuse Connect and the other people in that industry are doing, I really respect it. It's a very important thing. But we only heard from one perspective on the harms and potential things that we need to be regulating for. The last point that I want to make is that if you look at the differences in between these two maps, what you see are small areas around town that are owned by local people who would be able to rent those commercial spaces to another business. If you look at the need for people using up our commercial space around this town, it is rampant. We need more commercial businesses in the city, and that is the basis of the comment that many of us have said about giving up the taxes. It's not the taxes that are associated with the sale of marijuana. It's the taxes from successful businesses happening here in our town. I know that I will vote against it, and I know that we're going to probably lose this vote, and we will go forward into a future that we will see how it happens. Honestly, I think that the best thing is the fact that we're actually having this conversation and that a change is going to happen one way or another. And to me, the most important fact is that we are beginning to socialize the fact that people who use marijuana are not criminals. They are normal people, just like everyone else sitting here in this room right now. Thank you.
Councilor Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. The only one of the things I think really came out that was positive from the state in my mind is we have 18 months. This is a new venture for the city. We don't know anything about it. We have 18 months to watch, to listen to the chief, listen to the people in the audience, and hopefully the future councils will be able to come back in a year, 6 months, and say, this is a good deal or it's a bad deal. But until that happens, I don't know enough about what's really going to happen. So I'm encouraged that we have 18 months to look back and see what's happening. So I want to be as conservative as I can to start with. I can always raise it. As we know from history, it's really hard to bring things back down. So I'm going to go along with this and vote yes.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Councilor Biakovich.
Thank you, Council Honor. Your Honorable Council. I did talk with the mayor of the South Side too, Jim Ronquillo, and we spent about an hour and a half together. And he was he's always discouraged with everything being dropped on the South Side. If you heard Jim's talk, but I really respect him, and he gave me the mandate to move forward on this here, the 1,000 feet or even more. he can't even figure out why it's on the south side at all. But that, I just want to be clear that I didn't talk to everybody in my neighborhood, but I did talk to some key people there. And I guess I'm going to just put myself on the limb here. I smoked pot when I was in college. I know Mr. Kukulski, it may shock you, but he looked at me. So, and a lot of my friends smoked pot, and then we started to smoke hash. It's addicting. It is addicting, and some of my friends did have psychosis, and one did die later on because of that. It's a drug, and it, like alcohol, is addicting, and therefore it can lead to other things like mental health issues. And a number of my, one of my closest friends, and I'll have to say Dr. Har, who I really respect, clearly says it creates psychosis by taking any drug, but in particular, he said with pot. So I don't want to get into a big discussion here, it's just that I see it as a detrimental factor. It's not like eating a banana or having a bologna sandwich or something like that. You know, it is something that we have to, like you said, Councilman Ronning, we have to approach this wisely. I apologize if I get a little bit emotional when I look at my hood that I like. We have many meth dispensaries. We have other kind of dispensaries there. So, I mean, I realize that one thing escalates to another. So I appreciate the council's wisdom on this, and Nicole, I am more clear, actually, after 8 years. Mr. Kukulski guided me that we do need to at least listen to the commission's report, and you did your duty and your honor to bring that to us, and then it is our responsibility as council to either accept it or not in a proper manner. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Further comments on the motion? Councilmember Purington.
I will speak to supporting this motion as well. I do believe that we have heard from several entities, most of them in law enforcement, that have spoken to whether or not marijuana, they've seen it as a gateway drug. We've heard from people that are in drug enforcement as well as local law enforcement. So for me, is it an emotional thing? I don't know how emotional I'm getting about it, but I see the data. That's what I'm looking at right now is the data. And yes, it can be emotional because it has affected, you know, different families and whether it's drugs or alcohol. So why add another thing to our bucket here? That's my biggest thing. So I am very pleased that this council is looking at it very prudently at this point, and I support the motion.
Thank you very much. Any further comments on the motion? I guess I'll just chime in. I have also looked at some of that data, heard the testimony of other experts, and I think the evidence is pretty clear that there is a clear link between marijuana and especially increased levels of THC marijuana that we're seeing today and psychosis. Is it necessarily deadly? No. Or it must be extremely rare, but there's still that linkage. I think it goes beyond just correlation. I think there's a cause and effect relationship, but even if it's not medically induced, the social connections do not necessarily just come from it being an illegal substance. We see that with legal substances like alcohol and fraternities. Social connections do matter there. It establishes tolerance over time. So there's reasons to be conservative. I've heard that a couple times. We are experimenting with a federally illegal Schedule I drug, and in that case, I think it does behoove us to experiment cautiously. I think there's reason for those reasons to move away from the recommendations of the Zoning Commission. A lot of it depends on how many dispensaries we have, what kind of impacts, and we'll address that issue later. I don't like the green map because I do think it would create too many areas for these options at this time, and also have more of an impact on low-income neighborhoods. With that, any other motion or any other discussion before we move to a vote? Okay, the motion then is to restore a lot of the elements that were included in the original council proposal of 1,000-foot separations, no CMU1, CM2 district, to include separations from rehab facilities, daycares, children's center, youth centers. There were some other things listed there. To direct staff to work on the written findings that would be consistent with the discussion that you've heard today. I hope I've included everything in that motion. If there aren't any, is there any need for further clarification on the motion before we vote? Okay, don't see any. So if in favor of that motion, and we'll go ahead and do a show of hands. If in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of the motion are council members Yakowicz, Ewalt, Cole, Purington, Ronning, Boyette, and Brown. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition are council members Shaw, Joy, and Chiriki. So the motion passes. Thank you very much. That concludes that item number 5, and now we'll move on to item number 6. This is the regulatory component and the proposed 86-page ordinance. And we're going to go through line by line.
Absolutely. Because none of us have a life.
Mayor, would you like me to read it?
Yes.
Okay.
While we're waiting for Karen to pull it up on the screen, Tony, would you read item number 6?
Item number 6, public hearing and first reading ordinance regulating marijuana and marijuana businesses. Staff recommends approval. Action, approval or disapproval of staff recommendation.
Thank you very much. Our presenter tonight is Karen Tracy, our deputy city attorney with the very large notebook.
Yes. Yeah, the file just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, much like the ordinance. Council, Mayor, we're nearing the end of this process, and I wanted to give you an update, and then I have a fairly brief presentation of the staff recommended amendments. Since last week, we had a meeting of our subcommittee on October 19th. We had a representative at that meeting from every single ward. Somebody represented every single ward. We walked through the ordinance. I explained the structure and the purpose of the various sections and provisions of the ordinance, and I answered questions, and we also went over the zoning. It was a meeting in excess of 2 hours. The city attorney's office received emailed questions from the community through council. We answered those questions as presented to us by the council and responded accordingly. We drafted amendments where we believed were appropriate and advisable, and I have those for you, and I've also printed those off. You have a hard copy, just so that you can see the nature of them a little bit easier. There is only one amendment of substance, and we'll go over that briefly. After I go through the amendments that staff is recommending, we expect that council may have some amendments to the 3 staff recommendations, which was a canopy tier maximum of 7, tier level 7, which is 15,000 square feet. We had also recommended a medical dispensary cap of 12 and a retail dispensary cap of 12. So in that situation, we would have 12 dispensaries selling retail marijuana along with medical, and then we would have 12 that sold only medical. There was a concern in our last workshop that this was a relatively high number, and part of that was feedback that we received from the industry about concerns about spreading licensing cost among fewer businesses. So you've received over our last 6 work sessions, council meetings, committee meetings, enough information that you have a broad support for any policy decision that you make in those 3 areas. The very first amendment that we've proposed is to Section 7-2052. It is simply to strike on subsection 1B the words medical and dispensary. That was simply an error on my part. It should read, the applicant has obtained a transporter license from the state of Montana. That's a very simple, straightforward amendment. On the next amendment, that's in Section 7-2053. In that case, I think I've got Mr. Iflin's little Zoom block is, let me see if I can get rid of that. Is that going to, oh, let's do that. We just changed where it said simply department to the Montana Department of Revenue. Again, just a housekeeping cleanup that we took care of. On Section 7-2080, we made the correction that was pointed out to us, is that if somebody is above the age of 18 but under the age of 21 and they're a registered cardholder, or they're a registered cardholder period, they are allowed to be in a dispensary. So we did correct that. And again, that was Section 7-2080. This one is our substantive that we will look at in a minute. On Section 7-2092, general labeling requirements, again, where it simply said department before, we put Montana Department of Revenue, just a simple housekeeping amendment. That is the last of the very straightforward amendments. I do want to go through the one substantive amendment and explain to you why that was necessary, what it addresses, and a new change in the law that not everybody may be aware of. This is a new provision from House Bill 701. It's Section 16-12-513, and it deals with some provisions that touch on medical marijuana. The legislature this past year adopted this provision that is in subsection 3 to make it easier for medical marijuana clients to have access to their product. Beginning at the first of the year, if a registered cardholder is renewing their card and they want to designate 2 adults above the age of 21 to pick up their products from the dispensary, they may do so, and those names are put on the card. So there is a provision that allows somebody that's not a transporter to pick up product and bring it back to a patient. And that is a very brand new provision. And I want to show you how it impacts that one section that has a substantive amendment. Under Section 7-2088, Books and Records, which provide requirements for dispensaries in keeping books and records for audits and review, we had 2 people from the industry who commented that, and rightly so, that the process had changed as we are integrating retail marijuana and moving to a horizontal type of model. So we took out sections 4 and we took out section 5, which required the dispensaries to keep certain records and information for registered cardholders, including information from their physicians, basically what you would think of as a prescription type of information. We took that out. When we took out sections 4 and sections 5, then section 6 now becomes section 4. There is a requirement, and we had it in here, and it may be satisfied by the seed to sale tracking system, but if there is an exchange of product between medical marijuana dispensaries, that those transactions are captured. If they're not captured in the seed to sale tracking system, then they need to be documented in paper. Section 7 became Section 5, and this is the section that deals with the new law. What we're trying to guard against here is if you are a registered cardholder, you receive medical marijuana products, and you designate 2 adult agents. Let's take, for an example, a woman who has 2 grandsons, grandson A and grandson B, and those are the 2 people that she designates to pick up her product for her and drive it back to her house. We need to know if somebody is picking up product and who it is, because here's the situation that we could find. If there were a situation where somebody was taking advantage of the registered cardholder, was picking up product to which they were not entitled, to which the registered cardholder had not ordered, we need to know who picked that up. We could have the situation where the woman passes away and 4 months later, those products are still being sold. We need to know, was it grandson A or was it grandson B? Who's got that product? Who's picking it up illegally? And so we did change section, which is now section 5, and provided that we require that information. There was a little bit of cleanup here in subsection B. We want to make sure that if there is any confidential patient information that is maintained by a dispensary, that it's segregated, so that there's no inadvertent disclosure. We're not asking for it, but if you happen to have it, keep it separately. This is the only amendment of substance. The rest of them are simply housekeeping cleanups, and these are the amendments that we are proposing. And if anybody has any questions, I have some of my other tried and true slides that if you need to see any of those to make your other decisions.
Okay, Karen, is that your complete presentation?
Yes, Councilmember Ewalt said 15 minutes.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, we don't have anything to add this to or approve this. There's no underlying motion at this point, but let's not forget these, obviously. And so questions for Karen, and this is a public hearing, so after some period of questions, we'll open it up for the public again. Councilmember Purington.
Karen, usually in confidential records, they have to be under lock and key. Do these not have to be in a locked cabinet or something?
I would leave that process for the dispensaries to figure out their regulatory compliance. I'm not sure in this situation if HIPAA controls on these particular records or not. We just know that we do not want to see them as the city.
Okay, other things for questions for Karen at this point? Before we go to public hearing? Okay, we'll open it for public hearing. Thank you very much, Karen. Don't go away.
Are we going to cover the canopy in that before we go to public hearing? Because that's part of this, isn't it?
We'll have to come back to that.
We'll have two public hearings on this then?
Why would we have to have two? Excuse me, just a second.
We're going to have the number of dispensaries, and the canopy square footage that's in this same deal. So either we have two public hearings or we wait and cover that now.
It would be part of the motion.
Yeah. So what the question is whether council wanted to have questions for staff on some of those fundamental issues, maybe give a little notice to the public, in particular the number of dispensaries, the canopy proposal that came out of the subcommittee. And maybe you could clarify for us, Karen, what those discussions were. For example, the draft that went to that committee had 12 and 12, but my understanding is that committee wanted to reduce that significantly, and also it had a different cap for the canopy totals, and wanted to reduce that significantly. So if you could address those two issues, at least.
Absolutely, thank you, Mayor and Council. I feel like somebody turned my microphone off. Okay, I probably did that.
That's good.
It is the notebook rules. This is the canopy tier. I had emailed this to council earlier this week with the proposed annual state license fees that the state is considering. Somebody had expressed interest in wanting to know the types of ranges. So one of the things that was in the staff memo for the recommendation is a proposed tier of 5 to 7, but absolutely in no case more than 9. In committee, there was a discussion and an indication that a lower tier would be better than a higher tier. We also heard when we attended the Substance Abuse Connect talk with Mr. Court this week that there is an issue with the raising and growing of marijuana and bugs that seem to be, and the use of pesticides accordingly. So there has been discussion about going with anywhere from tier 4 to tier 7. And that would be up to council. But again, the staff recommendation was somewhere between 5 and 7, but no more than 9 at this time.
Thank you. Can you address the number of dispensary issue?
Absolutely. You'll recognize this slide. This is the dispensary saturation for a number of jurisdictions from Oregon down to Illinois. And Oregon is the outlier here. They have one dispensary for every 5,620 people in their state. Right now, if we assume that there are 29 former marijuana licensees that will begin selling retail marijuana on January 1st, then we're at a saturation in all of Yellowstone County of one dispensary for every 5,650. So if we are working off the assumption that we're going to have 29 dispensaries for 163,842 people, that puts us really right on track with Oregon. We had talked several work sessions ago about the desirability to be somewhere in the middle of the pack and not an outlier on either extreme. If we look at the different jurisdictions and the saturation marks of those jurisdictions, and we say, okay, if we wanted to be as saturated as Oregon, how many dispensaries would we have within the city of Billings? We would have 19 within the city of Billings, and we would have 29 in all of Yellowstone County. So what this tells you is if truly we end up with 29 retail dispensaries in Yellowstone County, then we are as saturated when you look at it on a county-wide basis as Oregon. I think we've discussed Pueblo, which has a population roughly the size of the city of Billings. They have 8 dispensaries, and their retail dispensaries are capped. If we had the same saturation as Pueblo, we would have 8 within the Billings city limits, and we would have 12 in all of Yellowstone County. We are intimately wedded with what county does, and we've had that discussion before. My understanding is that county is not going to adopt a licensing scheme nor a dispensary cap. They are zoning. They are working on their zoning. However, they are not planning at this point in time to cap their dispensaries. So when this council looks at how many we should put within city limits, you should consider how many will be around the city limits, because we're going to have an impact for that as well. This was the study that set out that there was significantly increased cannabis use within areas located within 0.8 miles of a retailer. This is the study that we've come back to time and time again. I do want to go over this slide, and if you noticed, Daniels County did not have a population the last time I showed this. I found the people. They were in Canada, 1,661 there. So the red counties, again, will not have retail marijuana sales or marijuana businesses because their people voted against the 190 initiative. The green counties are going to be the ones that did vote for the 190 initiative. And we talked about dropping. One of the things that we looked at and we've discussed several times, and I do want to bring this back around because there was discussion earlier about out-of-county people coming into county to purchase marijuana products. If this council wanted to provide for all of the surrounding red communities, not Wyoming, not North Dakota, not South Dakota, then we are looking in our side of Montana at a regional population of about 227,000 people, okay? Again, this council will need to decide whether or not all of those socioeconomic impacts and those impacts to the neighborhoods that you discussed when looking at the zoning regulations, when looking at how we were going to disperse dispensaries among different neighborhoods and different zones, it will be up to this council to decide what kind of impact our citizens are going to experience to provide marijuana out to states surrounding us that do not have that legalized. It won't let me go backwards now. I think Mr. Ewalt must have my control. It won't let me go backwards. Okay. So right here, if we wanted to have, if we wanted to serve the entire Yellowstone County region, that 225,000, 227,000 people, and we wanted to serve them with the same type of saturation as Oregon, one for every 5,620 people, then we would have 40 dispensaries within all of Yellowstone County. Right now, we can expect that we already have 29 without adding any additional within city limits. So if we wanted to be as saturated as Oregon, you're looking at 11 additional dispensaries to get to that level. If we wanted to be as saturated as Pueblo, and we wanted to serve the entire Yellowstone County population region, all of our fellow red counties, but not serving Oregon, I'm sorry, they're not contiguous, Wyoming, North and South Dakota, then we would have 16 dispensaries to serve that entire region if we wanted to be as saturated as Pueblo. We're already there.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that relative standard. When you look at this, do you come out with a recommendation in your own mind?
I believe that at an earlier meeting, I had raised the number of 8. I may be having not great recall, but 8 puts us in the middle of the pack. You have so much data and information, particularly in looking at the zoning impacts throughout the city, that this council has a rational basis to set that dispensary number anywhere from 4 to 12.
Okay, thank you very much. Anything else while we've had Karen? There were some other questions that came up in our email discussion the last couple of days. Karen, let me just run a couple by you, ask you for input. Right now, my reading of the draft is that in order to even submit an application, you have to be able to show that you have a location. Specifically, you have to have ownership of the location, or you have to have lease, the property under lease. That's quite a commitment to throw the dice for a lottery that you're unlikely to win. And so that seems unrealistic to me. However, I understand this, the lottery will be intimately connected to location per zoning. But wouldn't it be more reasonable to add the possibility of an option that you could exercise or not if you're successful in the lottery, both to either to purchase or to lease, but at least that way you've got the guaranteed ability. Does staff have any problem with that? And I'm not prepared to draft specific language, but the concept, is that acceptable?
The concept, Mayor, that's an excellent point. One of the things that we have provided in the ordinance is the ability to have a provisional approval of a license. So if you come in and you have an option agreement with a landlord, and the landlord is aware that this is a marijuana-related business, and they have entered into an option with a potential business who is interested in joining or trying to enter the lottery, they can go ahead, execute that option agreement, provide that with their application, and then if they are a successful lottery winner, they would have 120 days to finalize their plans, their rental, and nail everything down, have all the permits and the inspections done, and go ahead and get their final license. So there would be a type of a provisional review that would permit an option to satisfy that location requirement.
Okay, so what you're really saying, there's no need to amend the existing document?
Correct.
Okay, if you could just check that, make sure you're comfortable with that, and if anybody's listening and who has a stake in this could make sure they're comfortable with that result as well.
And I believe that that was referenced in the email that went back to you. One of those provisions is on page 31 of the ordinance on retail marijuana dispensary license. It's 7-2034 sub 6C and B. The license administrator may provide tentative approval of the license.
Okay. All right, as long as everybody's happy with that concept. Councilmember Purinton.
Karen, I know this isn't your favorite topic, but I'm going to bring it up again because after the conversation, especially with Ben Court, there seems to be quite a bit of data out there for limiting the THC concentration, and I think his was right around 8%. So I think, I'm not sure if that would be an amendment to this at this level, but I think at this point, I would add that as an amendment to limit the THC. And I don't know enough about it. Is it actually the part for the concentrations? And I know some of the other distillates where that 8% is, if that is in the flower.
Councilmember Purinton, Mayor, Council, one of the things that Mr. Court also said, because we discussed the potency issue, is that there is no line that we can draw, that we can say above 8% is dangerous, but below 8% is fine or safe. And that's the problem that we're having in coming up with a rational basis of trying to regulate potency. The way that the state legislature did it, the only percentage that they ever applied was to flour, and flour was not to exceed 35%. The remainder of the marijuana products, they only capped it by individual serving and by packaging, by milligrams of THC. And so therein lies the problem. How do you come up with converting something that is not flour to a specific type of a percentage? We also heard from the industry when we had the meeting at the library that it would be difficult to try to cultivate down to a lower THC level. And then you may have issues where you grow a crop and it all fails for being in excess of over whatever predetermined set that you have. The other issue that we have is that we are surrounded by Yellowstone County, and they are not going to cap the percent, and that would effectively kill the industry here within the city of Billings. The overriding concern that I have is that this city council is required not to have a compelling interest or a compelling basis to draft these regulations, but you do have to have a rational basis. And it's a fairly low standard, but it's a standard nonetheless. And if I can't stand here and tell you below 8 safe, we should cap it at 8 and everything below 8 is just fine. I can't stand here and give you that assurance that there's a rational basis for that. And herein lies.
Thanks very much. Councilmember Yakovich.
I know maybe we could go to capping after the public comment, but Karen, I know maybe this is a harder question to ask you and maybe from our nonprofits, but I'm thinking of, I think of Butte, when I was a kid, there was a bar on every corner and a church. And, that's how it went. But I don't know if we need to entertain that we have to take care of all the state, that we have to be the ones to provide enough dispensaries so we can provide pot for everybody. And that kind of leads to the idea of prevention. You would hope that with our partners that we would work at actually not having any pot shops, but maybe that's too idealistic, but not to foster the flame of pot, but actually through prevention try to encourage people not to take it. So I guess that's where I'm siding with, why have all these pot shops to be able to accommodate all the red? Well, too bad we're not here to feed the problem. Anyway, I hope I'm making sense.
Thank you very much, Council. I'll just encourage us to work on the questions as much as we can, and then we'll have public comment. We can get into more debate at that
Well,
point.
does Karen have any comment on that or not?
And if you want, yeah.
I will say that I'm a firm believer that we should not fill the needs of North Dakota, South Dakota, and Wyoming, where it's illegal to take recreational marijuana back across state lines. This is why you have a rational basis for anything from 4 to 12.
Okay, Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Ronning.
Directly to, I guess, the questions, I think 8 is more than enough, and I don't see why the city of Billings has to supply anything for anybody outside the city of Billings. We're not required. The thing that worries me now is the county's not going to restrict it at all. So there are going to be 500 of them out there. As you know, Council, I believe Joy was saying, if they got customers, they're going to put up a store. So now they got 500 out there, and we got 12 in here. I mean, that's 500 to 1. You know what I mean? So I don't see that rationale plays in for me at all. Now, if the county were restricting, okay, now we can play that game. But that's a complete unknown now. So I still say, I'm good with 8 with the recreational, and I'm okay with the 12 for the medical. I mean, eventually, I don't know that we even regulate the medical. I honestly, that's going to be, again, the market's going to guide that. As for the tiers, again, I think that we play conservative. We start lower. I would be okay with the 5. You're talking 4 to 9 or whatever. I'm good with the 5. I think 7 is a high place to start. And so that's my opinion on those items that are directly asked.
Okay, again, we'll try to provide an opportunity for public comment in just a second. Councilmember Ronning, and we'll go to public hearing.
Thank you. Karen, I guess just for clarity, because I'm not sure I heard it, and maybe you said it, my apologies if you did. So back to that potency. So I understand that it's next to impossible for potency to regulate with the flower. Totally get that. Absolutely understand that. Heard that loud and clear from those in the business, and that was understandable to me. But in regard to what's in the product, so are you saying, just to clarify, are you saying there's no rational, there's nothing rational to state that we should put a regulation on the potency in the product?
So the way that the state has capped potency statewide is in terms of quantity, in terms of milligrams of THC. So you're looking at it from a quantity perspective and not a percent perspective. So the state has said that you can buy and possess up to a certain amount at a time, which is what the state has made as their cap. It would be so easy to circumvent if you went to 2 different, say we cut our other products in half and said you could only, buy 10 milligrams of this here. Statewide, you could have 20 milligrams of it, but we're only going to sell you 10 in Billings. What's going to happen is somebody can buy 10 at this dispensary, and they can buy 10 at this dispensary, and unless they're a medical card holder, there is no way to track that. We are not permitted to capture that information, and the state says you can have 20 milligrams on your person. We can't do anything about that.
That helps. Thank you.
Okay, let's open it for public comment. This is your opportunity to be heard on item number 6. As we've done before, we just ask that you come forward, give us your name, address, and keep your comments to 3 minutes or less.
Good evening again, Becky Bai, Substance Abuse Connect Government Liaison, 2611 Gable Road. For the sake of time, I won't read this entire letter, but I would point out a couple things in it for council and also for the public that highlight some of the questions that you're asking. We would ask that the council ensure that the cost of licensing and license renewals adequately provide for the cost of additional code enforcement and drug recognition experts. Many of you have been in the seminars that we've been hosting. This is an expensive proposition. You can regulate it, but if you can't hold people accountable to that, then the regulations have no power, and it takes very specialized personnel to do this. So keep in mind when you're thinking about licensing what that will cost you. In regards to potency, your attorney is correct. There isn't any line that says this is safe and this is not safe. I don't know that that means you shouldn't regulate potency. So what we're proposing is that you regulate the THC potency, not just in weight, in all products sold in dispensaries, and we recommend 35% potency, which is the cap that the state has set for flower, for the flower. With that, it matters when it comes to harmful side effects, and we know that the rising level of potency has increased risks for physical dependence and addiction. Also, that consistent high consumption of high potency marijuana is associated with an increase in violent behavior over a course of someone's lifespan. So, something to consider. We agree that you should limit the number of dispensaries within the city, even if the county does not limit the number of dispensaries. And again, I think to Councilwoman Roning's point, and I think Pam Purrington's point, start conservative and grow from there. We actually think you should go lower than that, and we're recommending no more than 3 in the city limits to start. And we have some supporting documents in that letter for your consideration. And then last but not least, potential for adding regulation regarding odor mitigation. I believe we have someone here from Big Sky Economic that might address this more thoroughly for you. But odors associated with this industry have sparked litigation in other states and fueled neighborhood tension. And so there is some evidence that this should also be addressed. With that, I will leave you to that letter. We did have a number of our partners specifically sign that, and then we also have a number of partners in the room that will speak more specifically to some of those issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next. Mr. Smith.
Council members, Mayor, my name is Jason Smith again. Anyways, I wanted to address a few of these things. First of all, that stink we talk about. I think we live in a place that produces and has sugar beets, oil refineries, livestock yards. Has anybody done anything about any of this stuff, but yet they're addressing a flower as if it's going to hurt somebody? This is the first time I've ever heard in my life of somebody ODing or dying from marijuana. I don't know if I should reach back and ask Chief Rich St. John with HIDA if he's ever known anybody on marijuana to ever overdose from a marijuana overdose from ingestion. But he would probably have the answer. I hear Karen Tracy talking all these things about county, when here we are, a city body, worrying so much about what the county is going to do and how their actions are going to direct your actions. It's like overstepping and trying to regulate federal law. We saw where that got us. When you're talking about other states and trying to police these other states, I believe Bill Cole mentioned about interstate commerce and restricting that. I know it's not federally legal and it's not legal to have in Wyoming, but there's nothing to stop a Wyoming person from coming here and purchasing something produced and available for sale in Montana. And all that does is restrict and go against 701, which is to eliminate the illicit drug market. And if that drug market is created here because people come here thinking it's recreational, that market will be supplied. No different than a U-Haul being brought to my shop with 500 pounds in it being offered for sale. The way this is regulated is by people regulating it. You know how much marijuana I'm producing because I'm telling you what I'm producing. You don't know if my plant has 1 ounce on it or 1 pound on it. You have to work with us, just like we are working with the state, to make sure that this stuff is being tracked and going the right way. Idaho you could enact and do the same thing as Idaho and make your citizens convicts and prisoners and destroy young persons' lives. Or the way the state's designed it, whether you allow it in city or not, being in the county and largest municipality, you're going to receive almost 1% of everything I do. If I do $4 million, you're getting $40,000 that year. That doesn't include licensing fees, fees to the state, and all the other stuff going along with it. You're all missing the big picture. This is going to cost you more than what it can make you if you make these wrong decisions. And I'm here to try to help you make the right decisions. There's a way to govern it, police it, profit off of it, and move forward. No different than that Big Sky district that was a total failure. Could have been a HIP district. You could have charged a premium price for that and created a downtown tax, rented those things, and it could have all been governed and all been under your watch. Instead, we're trying to restrict it and create a black market. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. You have a nice evening.
Thank you.
My name is Rod Ostemiller. I'm the Executive Director of the Mental Health Center. Prior to that job, I served 30 years in the United States Marshal Service. And I do recall getting attacked by a marijuana flower when I was a Deputy United States Marshal. That's a joke, guys. Anyway.
We were wondering.
Potency is the issue of the day. It is always going to be the issue of the day when you talk about marijuana, because you can solve a lot of problems by controlling the potency, the amount of THC in marijuana. You're right. You're never going to find that magic number where someone is going to say, this is just the right amount of THC to have in marijuana. But the issue really is leadership. You're never going to have the right answer, but you got to do what's right for your constituents. I believe 8% is pretty reasonable. And here's why. Back in the 90s, marijuana averaged about 3% THC. And there was a lot of it on the streets of Billings, Montana. You know why there was a lot? Because it worked. People used it. They got out of it what they wanted. I will never ever buy the fact that 35% that the state has set is an acceptable amount of THC in marijuana. That is way too high. The negative effects associated with high levels of THC are unacceptable, and we've talked about them. The social, the mental, the physical. A lot of those things you can't erase. You could potentially lose generations of young people who become addicted to marijuana that have high levels of THC. And folks, those are generations that we lose forever. Talk about social consequences, economic consequences, loss of productivity. It's all going to happen. I would encourage you to look at the science. We have a lot of experts in this room. We have a lot of experts in this community. Turn to them, do your research, and find a sweet spot that leaders can find. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councilor Briel, do you have a question?
Yes, I got a question for him.
Okay.
So, state law says that you got to be 21 to buy marijuana. So that means nobody under 21 is going to be using it, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
Good question.
Oh, okay, thank you very much.
Well, Your Honor,
sorry, Councilor Biakwich?
Well, since we have an expert here too in mental health, we bring it up, and maybe I'm wrong, but increased use of any drug, but with pot, does impact psychosis and mental health, does it?
It does, absolutely. Absolutely. I believe it's a gateway drug. I believe THC levels become high enough, you become addicted quicker, and psychosis is a definite possibility. Some of my colleagues are going to speak to that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, any other speakers or any other public comment?
Mayor and Council, Alison Corbin, Big Sky Economic Development. I just wanted to take a quick moment to speak about the workforce implications of the decisions that you're making today. We think it's critical that you manage the potency available, because right now the bill doesn't limit that when it comes to the consumable forms. So when you're talking about the edibles, tinctures, oils, things like this. And we truly believe that when you enable recreational use, you have people that begin using that aren't educated, that don't understand that what one serving is or isn't, and it can lead to greater impacts and a greater use than intended. And we think, and today we've got, 3,600 job openings and not enough unemployed people to even fill those. We've got businesses that are limiting hours because they don't have the staff that they need. We have businesses facing this new, implementing recreational marijuana into how they manage drug testing and workflow and individuals that they employ. The last thing we want to do is make it easier for employees to overdose on THC. And so we think that if we are not going to limit this potency, you'll see things such as inability to show up to work, addiction, and economic disengagement due to apathy, which is a known impact of high use of THC. And so we ask that you consider that implication when we're thinking about how we manage potency within the city limits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lynette Kozovich, 1140 North 32nd. I'm coming before you today as the CEO of Rimrock and a concerned citizen of this community to encourage strong regulation of recreational marijuana. I understand that much of what you have to decide for our community has trickled down from our state legislators who may not have had all the necessary information to make sound decisions for our state, but we as a city do have this opportunity to insert some common sense in this nonsensical situation through local control. This horse has definitely left the barn, and we at least need to put a little harness on it because we know we're not going to be able to saddle it down the road. So this is our time. I'm going to also talk about potency. It's just one of the things that I could talk for about 14 hours if you just let that clock go. And some of the experiences I've actually witnessed in treatment. I've been in this role for over a decade now. This is a plain gummy bear. It's candy, right? There are several different dispensaries across the nation that would offer this up to you. And if you'd read the packaging, this is 10 servings. And I'd be happy to give it to you to split it up 10 ways. What we don't know is that little 10th that you received, was that the one that was really concentrated with the THC, or did you get one that was mostly sugar? So there's so many regulations that we don't know about. So the THC level does matter, and common sense packaging. The dosage should be very clear on the packaging. I've seen little Coke bottles like this that are 10 doses and a person's not getting the effect right away, so they keep drinking it, and we see marijuana overdose. Let's talk a little bit about what some of the research says. In Psychiatric Advisor, they say the use of high THC products can have a negative effect on the structure and the function of the brain, and we see this through PET scans, and that's especially true through a developing brain. They further report that cannabis has been found to be involved in as much as 50% of cases of psychosis and schizophrenic episodes. Psychotic breaks secondary to the use of high THC products are much more common than you know, and I'm going to tell you about a story that happened 3 weeks ago in our facility. We had a patient who was diagnosed as having a psychotic break while receiving treatment, and despite extensive training on de-escalation and a great deal of experience with people under the influence, 2 of our employees were severely injured. I watched the closed-circuit videotape of that incident the next day, and I cried. I was scared as I watched them try to do their job while a patient with looked like to have superhuman strength during this psychotic incident physically injured them. The THC levels matter. 2 weeks later, we used 2 hours of our men in blue in our parking lot with the same incident of a man that was stripping down, had a weapon, and was threatening people. I believe the decisions you make on the regulations of marijuana for our city will be the most important decision you ever make. You are setting the course that will influence our culture for decades, and it'll be your legacy. I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Lynette. Smith.
Whoa. Tina Walker-Smith, 4100 Murphy. I wasn't going to say anything tonight just because I've already sent in pages and pages and pages of feedback over the incredibly long ordinance, to which I feel I got a one finger salute back from council majority, if anything at all. I've been here for months trying to educate council on dispensaries don't smell. Certain things, metals aren't introduced in the manufacturing process. I've been here for education purposes, all for nothing. To Councilman Chiriki's point, Mr. Court has been here not only once, but twice, making presentations to different groups, and we just can't compete with that. So I'm still going to watch, but likely be less of a fixture here, just because I don't feel that my presence is needed or appreciated or anybody cares. So that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We do read your emails, though. Thank you, Councilmember Boyette.
I had asked the chief to show up tonight. Would we want him to speak as the 3 minutes, or do you want to do it as a staff?
We'll get after public hearing. We'll let you ask him to make a presentation or comment as he'd like as staff.
Thank you.
But let's finish our public hearing. Next.
All right, Kristen Lundgren, Substance Abuse Connect again. And I just want to touch quickly on overdose, addiction, and potency, just some topics that I talked about. It is really, really crystal clear in the research that you can overdose on marijuana. You don't die from that overdose. And an overdose from marijuana looks different. But there are emergency rooms full of marijuana overdoses. These are not due to medical marijuana dispensaries. And so I'm not here talking about medical marijuana. I'm not talking about the miracle drug that CBD marijuana can be for so many people. I'm here talking about legal recreational marijuana. I'm not talking about casual adult use. I'm talking about high potency marijuana, which again, yes, is it hard to say that there's a line, but it is crystal, crystal clear in numerous peer review research studies that high potency marijuana is dangerous and that there is no medical purpose for the super high potency marijuana. And I think we are asking the council to regulate potency. The state did not. We think that's a mistake. We think it's a mistake to have a package that, we shouldn't be catering to the folks who have the highest tolerance that need to have 8 doses in a suppository. So for example, our suppository regulations in Montana, which you think if that's not a thing, that's a thing, to get your drugs that way, it can contain 8 servings of THC. Nobody's gonna break a suppository into 8. It's kind of back to just common sense. And I don't think we should be catering to the people with the highest tolerance in this business. So I think potency is real. There's a lot of peer review research on it. Overdose is real. There's a lot of peer reviewed research on it. So I just want to say that. Where I sit is, I just think that we need to look before we leap, and this is a really difficult situation to do that. First, it's coming so fast. Secondly, all the research is crazy, and I just want to say appreciate all the work you've all done, every single one of you. I appreciate people who vote no. I appreciate people who vote yes, just that we're thinking about it and having the conversation. But I think that if we move slowly, it's always easier to loosen up than it is to tighten up down the road. And I just think there are many, many medical public health safety concerns that are documented in peer-reviewed research. And if you need help with some of those studies, be happy to provide those. And we finally just want to close that the reason we exist is because Billings has a very serious drug problem. We've talked about Ben a couple of times. We have brought him here because we think he's very pragmatic, actually. He's not anti-industry. We're just pragmatic about health. And he attends recovery groups everywhere he goes because he's a recovering addict. And he told us this week when we were with him, he's like, yeah, you guys have a gnarly drug problem. It's nitty gritty and gnarly. And he's like, I go to recovery groups in LA and Chicago and, all these places when I visit. And he's like, I was at a recovery group here last night and you have one of the worst problems. So I just want to remember that that's where I'm coming from. We don't want to do anything inadvertently to make that problem worse. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? If not, we'll close the public comment period. Councilor Boyette, you wanted to invite Chief St. John to comment or you had questions?
Yes, sir. I was at the West End Task Force the other night, and the chief was there and indicated that he had some thoughts about what we should do or where we should go, and I encouraged him to come tonight and speak.
Thank you, council member. I appreciate that, and do appreciate the subpoena that you gave me too. General observations and overview from law enforcement only at this presentation here. Introduction of recreational marijuana will be a significant problem for law enforcement, and it will exacerbate the addiction and social problems that we are struggling to get a handle on. Legalization of marijuana is counterintuitive, and we know that drugs are the main driver of property and violent crime in Montana in general, and Billings specifically. But the voters have spoken, and the merits of legalization remains a subject to debate. From a law enforcement standpoint, and drawn from statistical, empirical, and anecdotal evidence from other states struggling with recreational marijuana, we know that despite industry assertions, we will see an oversaturated market that will adversely affect prices, and when you couple that with taxation, it causes product to get diverted and go out the back door. We know that revenue has been minimal and will be offset by the cost to mitigate social effects. We've seen increased exposures of juveniles, specifically with the edibles. We see increases in property crime and violence, financial crimes, home invasions, assault, intimidation, increases in marijuana-impaired drivers, and fatalities. And in extreme circumstances and instances, we've seen human trafficking and prostitution. From a societal standpoint, we see increased homelessness, exacerbated mental health issues, a propensity to use other drugs along with the marijuana. We have not seen a reduction in overdoses, and currently marijuana ranks the number 3 threat in Montana behind methamphetamine and fentanyl. As I stated previously, recreational marijuana is here and we're going to have to deal with it. But being the department charged with dealing with the criminal side of this industry, a city full of dispensaries will not help the situation. Mayor?
Okay, thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that. Councilmember Purington?
I would like to ask maybe Lynette, due to your research and your background in capping the THC, and I suppose it would be in the product, not the flower.
I would agree. Thank you for that question, Councilperson Purington. Absolutely. I lean very much lower than the 35% cap too. There's got to be that sweet spot, but we have seen it. We have seen it. It is a real thing. I welcome to spend a day in my shoes. I also want to say I've never seen an IV meth user start his first or her first drug experience with IV meth. We do what we call a history on all people, and they do their self-history unequivocally. It sounds like this. Well, I was 12 and I started smoking with my dad. Or I started cigarettes and I started smoking pot and I'm, doing meth or, It is a common thread through all of this. It's both anecdotal and it has been supported through research that it is a gateway drug and it changes the function of a brain.
So follow up, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
So going back to your expertise, because we're talking 35% flour, but then you talk in milligrams in product.
Yeah, that's an apple and an orange.
Okay, so how do we regulate that? I mean, I'm asking you as the expert, what are your thoughts on, flour percentages as well as product?
I feel it's irrelevant to sell it in the milligram form. I think everything, flour and product, has to be in the concentration of the THC, and that's what has to be regulated. They just don't match. You can't do this pretty little formula and say that 1 milligram of this is going to be equal to 30% of THC in this product. That's the only way I can see out of it. It's going to be very difficult.
Lynette, if I can ask you a question related to that, and thank you very much for being here, and your expertise is respected and appreciated. It's also late. We have to have this in place because things happen January 1st. There's a 30-day delay period. We got to have a couple days for second reading. Time is short. And this is a big topic of regulating potency. So I'm personally very skeptical that we can or should do anything at this stage about this right now, personally. However, I do think it merits a lot of further investigation as quickly as possible. So my question for you is, would you and your organization, because you have that expertise, be willing to be intimately involved in trying to come up with meaningful standards? Because you're looking at people who are very obviously just lay people. We need help from the addiction counselors, but also from marijuana industry to develop those kind of standards. So that's my question.
Like to be involved, and potency isn't the only tool we have. It is regulating the number of the dispensaries we have. This last week, spending time with Ben again, one of the things he said, he just freaked out when he heard how low our licensing fee is. And I got to say to the gentleman that talked about, a 1% tax that might get us $40,000 a year, that is not even going to pay for one code enforcement person. He said that some of these licenses now in Colorado are selling upwards of $900,000 because the profitability is so great. So why wouldn't we start conservative on how many dispensaries we have, make it a little bit more, they're going to make a lot of money. So let's make them earn it and put that licensing fee in place so we are able to do the code enforcement and some of the other regulatory things that are going to happen. That's a couple things there.
Very good.
So,
thank you very much.
We'd be helpful.
Okay, Council, we've had public hearing. It's closed. How do you want to proceed? Councilmember Rewell.
Thank you, Mayor. The licensing fee, now they got that up there for the state, but is the city considered any license fee, or is that something that we're going to work out later?
That will be left to the council to adopt by resolution at a later date.
Oh,
we
good.
do not have the dollar amounts in.
Thank you.
Yes. What do you, we got all night. Okay.
There is one example that I did want to point out, and if I may, in terms of Councilmember Purinton's potency argument. It finally dawned on me that this might actually work as an example. If I pour a rum and Coke, and I put a jigger of rum, and I put a jigger of Coke, I've got a 50% of rum, right? I've got the strength of my drink is 50%. If I top off my glass with Coca-Cola, I now have a smaller percent, but I still have that same jigger of rum.
Yeah, I guess my analogy is I am addicted, but I am addicted to barbecue potato chips. And I look at that package and it says calories per serving, 110 or something like that. Tiny print, 3 servings per bag.
You eat them all.
And of course I eat them all. We all do. So it seems to me very possible to not regulate.
Yes.
My understanding from Ben Court is that other states have said that as long as you've said what a serving size is, you're okay.
Yes.
Even if that serving size bears no resemblance to common sense, rational consumption. And so it does seem like we could come back and regulate that, but I just hate to be the first ones to do it. But it does seem like it's not rocket science. Council, it's getting late. We need to proceed. How do you
I'd like to either recommend or amend that we do 4 dispensaries right now. That would be 4 and 4. 4 and 4.
Okay, Council, we don't have any underlying motion, so I guess we could.
That is my motion.
Right, but okay. So the motion is that we decide that issue of 4 recreational and 4 medical.
Right.
and that would then be included if we have a later motion that actually adopts some sort of regulation. At this point, we have not adopted any base regulation at all, but we're attempting to resolve that issue. I guess that'd be my interpretation of your motion. Okay. So, and it's a second by Councilmember Ewald. So discussion now on the motion that any future regulation include that 4 and 4. Councilmember Boyette.
I was wondering if Mr. Yakovich would consider looking at the canopy license volume as well as your motion.
To make it 3? Yes. To tier 3.
Okay, and my recognition is let's try to deal with these one at a time. Otherwise, we're going to get confused, and there's issues procedurally about that. So that is the motion. Discussion on the motion 4 and 4. Councilmember Tricky.
Call the question.
Okay, that is the question. It's been called, so we'll now vote on whether to vote. We need 2/3 of 10, so we need 6.6 or we need 7. So if you're prepared to vote on that topic right now, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of proceeding to the vote? It's unanimous. Okay. If in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, Councilmembers Jackowitz, Ewald, Cole, Purrington, Ronning, Boyette, and Brown. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Shaw, Joy, and Chiriki, that motion passes. Okay, back to council. How do you want to proceed? Another one of these issues, Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion that we start off with Tier 3, 5,000 square feet.
Okay, the motion is to start out with Tier 3, so 5,000 square feet total, regardless of how you stack them. And the second was Councilmember Purrington. Okay, if the motion is clear, discussion now on the motion. Any, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Just a question to the movement. Why 3? Why not 2? I'm just asking that because I think that there should be some sort of rational basis for that. If we know that, and we have been given information about how much area it takes to produce X amount of marijuana, and that's dried and undried. The young man came forward who has a grow operation and gave us that information. On what basis do we say 3? Thank you.
You asking me that question?
I don't know.
Sure, Councilmember Ewald, your motion, if you would like to comment.
Tier 3 is twice the amount of square footage as Tier 2, so that's why I went with Tier 3 instead of Tier 2. And Tier 3 is $10,000 cheaper than Tier 7, and so it doesn't cost them so much to get started.
Okay, Councilmember Brown.
I think I have kind of a problem, I mean, with some of the information that's been provided here. For these guys to be in business and only be able to produce 15 pounds in a month, I would hope that they would sell more than that or they're going to be out of business. It's not that profitable. So, I would say at least Tier 5. So I would make an amendment, to raise that to Tier 5.
Okay, so the motion is a substitute motion. Substitute motion. It would just wipe out the underlying motion. And seconded by Councilmember Joy to set that limit in anything that is later approved, if anything is later approved, Tier 5, 10,000 square feet. 10,000 square feet, just to kind of help people, is just a little less than 1/4 of an acre. Discussion now on that motion. Discussion on that motion? Before we proceed to a vote. Okay, Councilmember Ronning?
Thank you. So I was just, I guess, wanting to learn a little bit more from the actual industry. I was just going through Tina's email that she sent us, and I was just looking to see what someone from the industry said, and I'm not sure if I understood it correctly, but she said up to Tier 4.
She did recommend Tier 4 and noted that nobody else had come to advocate for a different level and that one made sense to her.
Okay, that's what I thought also. So someone actually from the industry is saying actually lower than Tier 5.
Yeah,
okay.
They said 4.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the motion. The motion again is for Tier 5. Any further discussion? Yes, based on that, I will vote against Tier 5, but if there's, I'll then make a motion if nobody else does for Tier 4. But we'll proceed to that. But we have the current motion is Tier 5. That's a substitute motion. We ready to vote? Okay. Tier 5, if in favor of that, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of Tier 5 are council members Shaw, Joy, Triki, and Brown. Voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Jakowicz, Ewald, Cole, Ronning, Purington, and Boyette. Motion fails. That brings us back to the underlying motion of Tier 4, Tier 3, Councilmember Ewald's motion. Further discussion on that motion? I guess I'll make the substitute motion of Tier 4 and seconded by Councilmember Ronning. Discussion on that motion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. Don't see any further discussion. So if in favor of the substitute motion of Tier 4 at 7,500 square feet, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of substitute motion are council members Shaw, Joy, Cole, Ronning, Boyette, and Brown, which is what? Keep your hands up. I got to count. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Voting in opposition, put up your hands. Voting in opposition, Councilmembers Jakowicz, Ewald, Purington, and Triki. Motion passes. So Tier 4, 7,500 feet is the magic number. Okay. Council, how do you want to proceed? Further motions on these individual items or the underlying document? Councilmember Purington.
So I have a question for either Gina or Karen. It's my understanding, having attended the commissioners meeting today, that there is something that came from DOR that you can do an emergency hold on some of these. Oh, here comes Nicole. She's got it. She knows what it is.
Councilmember Purington, Mayor and Council, in state law for county or city zoning regulation, you can declare that there's an emergency that needs to be addressed without going through the full process of adopting a zoning regulation. And it's a kind of curtailed process. You can put that interim zoning regulation in place for up to a year while you study the issue and finalize a set of regulations, and then adopt those final regulations through the normal process of the County Zoning Commission and a couple of public hearings. And
so it's just zoning?
It's just zoning. It's not business licensing at all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Triki.
Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the ordinance regulating marijuana and marijuana businesses as recommended by staff and amended by council.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Triki, just to ask for clarification on your motion. You referenced recommendation by staff. Does that motion then specifically include the handouts that Karen went through with us at the beginning of this meeting, modifying sections 7-2052, 7-2053, 7-2080, 7-2088, and 7-2092. Is that included in your motion?
Were those recommended by staff?
They were.
Then yes, it was.
Okay, thank you very much. And is there a second to that motion? Councilmember Joy. Okay, discussion now on the motion. Councilmember Jakowicz.
Thank you, Council and Your Honor. I may be a little bit behind the 8 ball here on this here. We did talk already about zoning of dispensaries. And then we touched on the testing labs and things like that. Could you remind me where we're at with that? is this part of the underlying motion here, or is that to be discussed at another time?
That actually was, the zoning piece of that was part of item 5. You were 5? I'm 6, yes, 5.
So it was already,
That horse is gone.
that ship was gone.
Ship sailed, horse is out of the barn.
And I guess, Your Honor, I just wanted to bring it up. I don't, because it's a complicated topic, right? So I heard that there may be a testing lab on Minnesota, right? Minnesota is between the rescue mission, GIA, and the St. Vincent Paul, right? So people are really concerned because I don't know. I don't know about a testing lab because this is new. But Ben Cord made a great point. He said the smell of an industry, and I'll just say it at that, it has triggers. And I haven't gone through recovery myself, but I know I heard this, that it has a big impact. We have 40 recovery homes now in Billings, 40 of them. And so now we're dealing also with, and some of these are under one license, but there are 3 houses in one license, so probably more than 40. So anyway, the point, Karen, is that, that if we're now locating industries right in between the rescue mission, it's a corridor for recovery or other areas. I'm just wondering about that.
So
how do we limit that, or how do we address
Councilmember Yakowicz, there is something, to my recollection, in the zoning ordinance about a requirement to mitigate odors. And I believe that was part and parcel of the text of the ordinance, and I'll let Nicole
Okay, thank you.
address that.
Thank you, Honor, for your patience.
Councilmember Yakowicz, Mayor and Council, testing laboratories have to control all types of emissions from their destruction of samples, whether that's dirt, water, soil, gas, or marijuana, or a food product. I don't believe that the city has to specifically regulate emissions from testing laboratories. We have many of them downtown already and in our medical corridor, and they are highly regulated through the state. The other parts of that, like cultivation and processing and manufacturing, they don't have the same level of regulatory environment from the state. So what we put in our zoning regulation, and I think it's mirrored in the occupational license regulation, is that those types of businesses have to use best available control technology. And I think in occupational licenses, we say carbon filtered exhaust from those facilities, so that there is as much control of the odor as possible from those locations. So.
Thank you, Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Discussion then on the motion. Motion again is for approval pursuant to the staff recommendation as amended. Councilmembers Purington and Ronning.
I would like to make an amendment to the motion that, given the request from the mayor to have Lynette and maybe Becky delve a little bit deeper into the potency of the THC, whether it's in the flower and or product, and if it has to do with the labeling, if we could separate that from this ordinance at this point. I'm not sure what the time limit would be, but that would be my motion.
Okay, get a little clarification here. Right now, there is not, well, I guess there is some potency limitations because they're adopted through state law.
Exactly.
But if we approve the motion as made by Councilmember Trickey, I don't think that creates a barrier that would prevent us from coming back and adopting some sort of rules addressing that issue later, right? But can you address this?
We could, Mayor, council members, we could address that later. And one thing I just want to make sure that I'm clear on is we've had an amendment we've had a motion to adopt the staff recommendation ordinance as amended, but we actually had some amendments before that. So I need to know if the 4 cap comes after Councilmember Chiriki's motion.
That was my understanding, but we should have got some clarification from Councilmember Chiriky.
Absolutely.
Yes.
You know, so the document as it's been discussed by us and by you at this point.
Okay, and that's consistent with the second, Councilmember Joy? Okay, so yes. Okay, so, but there's still, Councilmember Purington made a motion to separate that. I'm not quite sure exactly what that means, but I assume she wants to make sure that we're not doing something that would prevent us from addressing that issue in the future.
We would always have the ability to address that in the future, and it's possible, I'm not sure if it's probable, but it's possible that the state may decide to come back and regulate that depending on how things unfold.
Okay, so there is a motion. Is there I'm sorry, Councilor Ronning?
My question's actually related to her motion.
Okay, so we don't have a second yes yet, but if you want to reach some clarification, sure, go ahead.
So I guess in relation to that potency, because I think this has been a little bit confusing, and I think it was to Councilman Boyette too. So if the city regulates a potency in a product that's different from the state, who's responsible for the testing of that product? If we at the city regulate something different from the state, are we at the city responsible for testing that product, or is the state say, no, the state recognizes the local ordinance and the state tests based upon the local ordinance?
The state is going to test to their statutes. We would be responsible for testing to our standards.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, we're going to have to determine if we have a second to this motion. Councilmember Rewald.
Oh, I thought you had a second.
No, we do not have a second. So,
To what?
Councilmember Purington, are you satisfied? Do you still want to move ahead with this motion? Because if so, I'll look for a second, but if not, I won't.
I would. I'm not sure of the timing. I guess that would be the thing, because after January 1, I mean, all of this would have to be in place before January 1, correct?
Karen, I guess I would say no, but you can comment. I mean, we can, this is going to change, this 86-page document.
It would actually, so any marijuana business other than an adult use dispensary has to comply with the ordinances as they exist at the end of the year. This is going to get super confusing because adult use dispensaries are the exception to this rule. If I'm a cultivator and I get to January 1st and the city has no tier limits, I can grow whatever I want. And until I come up for renewal, you can't stick me with tier 4. Okay, because I'm a cultivator, you didn't have that in place, and I get to ride to my next renewal and ignore that ordinance. Adult use dispensaries are the exception to that rule. So I believe that you could come back even in February and tweak the potency, and your adult use dispensaries would still have to come into compliance. That is an exception for an adult use dispensary. If we do not have caps in place, we could have a plethora of medical marijuana dispensaries come in, get their $55 license, open up shop as a medical marijuana dispensary, and tack on recreational marijuana. And then it gets super confusing. But we have to let them do that until they come up for renewal next, because we did not have our rules in place by year end.
Correct.
But on the specific issue of potency, can you
We
just,
could come back in February and look at that again if we so desired.
If I may,
Gina?
Mayor and Council, I would like to visit with Karen about this issue because I disagree with what she's saying. And so if we could confer, I think that's really important
I could
to give
very
you.
possibly be wrong. My error rate goes super up after 9.
So do ours. So
right.
just one other little question, though. Does the medical marijuana, are there potency levels in that product?
They are not subject to that cap, that potency cap like retail marijuana is. So a prescriber could prescribe something higher than 35%.
So at this point, if I withdrew the potency thing right now, I mean, well, it hadn't been second, so there's nothing to withdraw. But you're saying that we could come back.
But Gina is
But
saying
Gina wants to
I'm
talk. So, okay, you guys talk, and then we'll talk.
So it's highly possible.
It'll only take a second. It's just reading the statute with her, and one of us is wrong, and it very
ahead.
well may be me.
Go ahead, and we'll use this as an opportunity to continue on other topics.
Well, I guess just your point was, I thought your point was well taken, asking Lynette to help out. I think it just could help me out. That's a great idea, and is there a
Sure,
follow-up on that,
I think
or?
the issue is timing. So whether we need to proceed on that topic at the same very fast pace, or whether we can go at it a little more leisurely. So discussion, I was looking to decide, recognize Councilmember Shaw, and we'll kind of work our way down here. Tricky and Brown. Councilmember Shaw.
Thanks. Since the topic of potency has been, at top of the list tonight, I just kind of wanted to address a few things that I haven't heard. One issue to take into account with potency is that the ratio of THC to CBD is actually a really critical factor. They kind of end up sort of canceling each other out in a way, or CBD mitigates the effects of THC. So just regulating THC alone without looking kind of more holistically at what is in it isn't going to be as effective as I think people would like that to be. Second point is that when products are labeled from the state, they're labeled in, as the mayor said, serving sizes. So it's true that, somebody can eat 8 gummy bears, but at least they know exactly what is in that one gummy bear and can make a good decision based off of that. That information is required to be on the packaging. So I just wanted to clear up that there is actually quite a lot of state regulation for THC in terms of making sure that people know what's exactly in the product. And so I want to make a pitch for the state regulations, which I support, and I think we're going down a really odd road is my take, trying to locally put these extra restrictions in place, especially when Yellowstone County isn't going to do this at all. So across the street, you just drive over and get, what you need there. To me, it just doesn't make sense as a package. So I'm a hard no on moving down this path. That said, I would always be happy to hear from Lynette Kosovich, and if they want to come back and provide us with more information, great, I would welcome that. Maybe there's information, that will change my mind down the road, but that's where I'm at tonight. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I recognize it's a little unusual that we don't have a second. We're having this discussion. I apologize for that, but I think we're still making some progress. Councilmember Tricky and Councilmember Brown? Or do we have has the Supreme Court ruled here? Okay.
So we have. There are so many little nuances and loopholes. If you are a medical marijuana dispensary provider and you do not apply to become an adult use dispensary provider, you can still ride that 18-month period without any additional licensing, where you could sell retail marijuana. And if we don't have our regulations in place, then your medical marijuana dispensary, who is not going to ultimately apply for an adult use license, would be able to sell higher THC regulations. And it would be a super hot mess. It would really genuinely be really
It's all going to be hot.
twisted. It's a brave new world.
So, okay, so where does that leave us on the issue of a later amendment after January 1st? Gina, you want to just come in?
Yes, Mayor and Council, I think you could adopt this with the potency in it now and still revisit this, still have this investigation, still get the input, do whatever research and additional studies that we're going to do and amend it in January or February. But I think it would be wise to have a regulation in place now. It doesn't mean you can't change it, but to separate it out right now, that means there's just no regulation at all in that area. And that's certainly within, that's your prerogative, that's how you wish to do it, but you can include it now and then amend it later, but at least now, as of January 1st, there would be a regulation included.
Okay, so that becomes another option. I recognize Councilmember Brown, and then let's look for a second if that's where we're going to go with this.
That's what I was going to say. How do we have clarification? Can we get a second or no?
Yeah. So let's hear the motion. Well, I need to know what the motion is. It needs to be stated a little more clearly. So, Councilmember Puritan, what's your motion?
My amendment to the motion would be that we would limit THC flower to 8%. I'm not sure how to do product.
Okay, so that's the only motion is limit flour to 8%.
Yeah.
Is that true? Okay. Is there a second to that?
You think it's too low?
Is there a second?
Yeah. Well, make the honor.
I don't see a second. So unless there's, I don't see a second. No motion. Councilmember Yackwitz.
Well, I think the motion that we hear is that to limit the potency of the product, not the flour. And even if we went, 15%, something, I know, and Councilperson Joy, I don't know exactly, but I think what they're asking is for something rather than nothing. And then you as council next year can raise it higher. So I'm going to go for, I would entertain a motion for potency at 15%.
For product or flour?
For the product.
But that's not measured in percentages.
It's not measured that way in a product.
Okay, how would you measure it?
Milligrams.
Milligrams, okay. 15%.
That's not the same.
Okay.
It's not the same.
Well, they said the 10.
The state's already said it.
Okay, 8% milligram.
No.
Mr. Mayor?
I got to stick with Councilmember Yackwitz. If he wants to make a motion,
Yeah, well,
it's his right to do so.
Who would like to help me out there?
I don't know what the milligrams are.
Milligram is weight, percentage is percentage, so.
Well, I heard 8%.
But that's in the THC flower.
And so.
Well, it could be 8% of the total product by weight, so if you, I'm not recommending that, but.
I know Ben Court was talking about that it's not the weight of the flour, but it's the product. Okay, I'm going to turn this over to Councilmember Ronnie.
That motion has been withdrawn then, and so Councilmember Tricky had his hand up before, so Councilmember Tricky.
May I make a suggestion that what we do on this issue is to actually ask the experts to go ahead and try and figure it out and come back to us with a recommendation, because we are not going to figure out something that makes sense here now tonight. So
okay,
I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Well, actually, there is no motion before us at this point.
Yes, there is.
What is that?
Never was second.
Approval of the whole thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant on the amendment is what I was referring to, but, okay, Councilmember Ronnie.
So I guess this is just a question in regard to the process of the first and second reading. So is it possible to pass this as it is tonight? And would it is it possible if there's an amendment for the potency, if there is the possibility for the experts to come back before the second reading, can it be amended in the second reading or not at all? Does it have to be approved twice, exactly the same?
Councilmember Ronning, Mayor and Council, if you were to make that kind of an amendment at second reading, then we would need to have a third reading, because that would be a pretty substantive amendment, and it would require, and we do have time for a third reading.
Good.
That's it. That would be our limit.
Okay. Then that's it. Well, let's do that.
Okay, just a reminder, then our underlying motion is what we have before us, which is approval with the previous amendments that have been included. Does not include any sort of potency limitations at this point. Councilmember Ewald.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Karen, on that cap deal, where we got Tier 4 now, isn't it? So, am I right that as long as they pay the license fee, they could put up 7,500 like mini storages? There's nothing to stop them from having 3 buildings on the same lot, only they have to be capped by the 7,500 square feet?
You can have different cultivation areas under the state tier. If you grow this many square feet, you can spread it among different cultivation areas. That is in the state statute. I would have to look to see how many separate, like say greenhouses, you would be able to have.
But you'd still be capped at the 7,500?
Correct.
Unless you bought another state license, then you could have on the same parcel of ground, you could look just like a mini storage place where you got 5 buildings.
You would have to.
Under the 7,500 square feet, and you got 5 different licenses.
Now I think you've lost me. So you could spread your 7,500 square feet amongst multiple locations. The state tells you how many that can be, either 2 or 3, something like that. If you wanted to have a canopy of more than 7,500, you would have to increase your licensing level or have a new license to accommodate that new growth, if that makes sense.
Yep. Okay, further discussion on the underlying motion. Lest somebody call the question, I do want to make the point that, Tina Walker-Smith invested an awful lot of effort, and staff worked really hard over the weekend to answer every one of those questions. But I know I haven't had a chance to go through and really wrestle to see if there's anything left in there that really does still need to be addressed. So, and also council may have additional small changes between now and second reading. So I would encourage us all to continue that cleanup process and see whether any of those things really do have merit. I do appreciate staff's having tried to address every one of those points over the weekend. Councilmember Brown and Councilmember Joy.
Question, Your Honor.
Oh, hope that didn't rule you out. Okay. Okay. So we'll now vote on whether to vote. Again, we need 7. If in favor of proceeding to the vote, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are Councilmembers Shaw, Yakowicz, Ewald, Purington, Ronning, Boyette, and Brown. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Cole, Joy, and Tricky, we lose. You've got the 7, so we'll proceed to a vote on the underlying motion. Yep, the motion is to approve the underlying proposed 86-page document as proposed by staff with the amendments earlier proposed by staff that were presented in the handouts, but also including the council-approved amendments, including the 4 and 4, including the Tier 4 cultivation tier cap. Does not include a potency limitation at this point. But obviously there's a lot of interest in that, and that may be addressed at a later date. Is the motion clear? Okay, if voting in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are not Councilmember Treaky, but all others. If voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Councilmember Treaky. Okay, thank you very much. So that, I guess, brings us to the end of item 6. Thank you for your efforts and your patience. That's our last regular item on our agenda. We still have an opportunity for public comment on non-agenda items. If somebody would like to be heard on anything that was not on our agenda tonight, please come forward at this time. Mr. Warburton.
Tim Warburton, 3444 Lucky Penny Lane. Mayor, Council, thank you. Man, a long one tonight, huh? I just wanted to thank Tina for being here night after night over the summer, put in her time, and I heard her frustrations tonight. I'm sure those frustrations are shared by many of the folks in the industry that have been here many of the nights to share their concerns. And I think when she says that she doesn't feel heard, I heard that. And so I want her to know that. It's important, though, that people keep showing up. And I also appreciated what Mayor Cole said to Lynette. And Lynette and Becky, I have a lot of respect for them and the work they do, obviously. But when you show up tonight, it's a little bit late in the process, right? We've been working on this for 6 months if you've been here week after week after week. And so I just wanted to say, specifically to Tina's comment, I heard that and I appreciate that. And I wouldn't blame her if she didn't come back here because she didn't feel heard. But it's important that the members of the public show up and feel heard by you guys. And so I would encourage you to do what you can to make sure that the people that do show up in these seats feel heard, especially when they show up continually to make their point. So anyway, it's been a long 6 months working on this issue. I hope this is the last time I have to stand here and kind of address it with you guys. I want to say, I thought it was unfortunate to see some of the work that the zoning commission did just kind of get thrown out, and the city staff. But you guys have all worked really hard. So I want to thank the zoning commission for the work they did on this, Karen and everybody else. And let's get out of here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on a non-agenda item?
Catherine Card, 2815 4th Avenue South in Billings. Mayor and Council, I echo Tim's comments as well, watching Tina the few times that I've been here when she has been here, and the sense that you're not listening. And of course, I've experienced the same thing much more. You tune out to what I say as well. So I really ask you, even when you don't agree with what someone says, the public has the right to be here as many times as it takes to get you to hear that there's a grievance and address it. And I hope that between what we've seen tonight with Tina and what I've experienced this last 9 months, that you will recommit yourselves to hear the public, take the public seriously, even if they're not in a professional position, that you do understand you are elected officials. And I'm your boss, as well as all the other public are your boss. And you need to understand that and be open to what the public says time after time sometimes, but be willing to find a solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment on anything not on our agenda this evening? Don't see anyone else. So our public comment period is closed. Any council initiatives? Councilmember Rana and Councilmember Brown?
Well, I don't have an initiative, but I guess I would like to address some of that. a number of us went to medical marijuana dispensaries. A number of us have met with, outside of the council meetings, with people from the industry, even outside of the meeting that was done at the library. I know I've spent extensive time talking with medical marijuana dispensaries. I may not have talked to you, but I certainly talked to a number of others that do have medical marijuana dispensaries within the county right now, and have spent a number of years, even before I ran for city council, spent a number of years actually researching this subject matter. And so just because we don't talk to one person in particular, I have heard everything that's been said, and I have spent time outside of this time learning and delving into this topic and touring different dispensaries and talking with different owners. So, and I've been there with other council members too. So just wanted to share that.
Thank you very much, Councilman Brown.
Yeah, I just wanted to, just a minute of a comment on that. You have been heard. I'll tell you right now, I was opposed to any of it. Any of it. And over the past several months, reading emails, hearing testimonies, hearing all of these things, you heard me tonight. I asked for a higher tier than what anybody else went for. I asked for or recommended that we go with 8 dispensaries here in town. Maybe limited, but it's sure a whole heck of a lot higher than I wanted when we first started all of this. So I just want to assure you, you have been heard. I don't stand on top of the hill and shout it, but you can tell by my votes, by everything else, I've absolutely heard everything that you guys have said. Thank you,
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you very much. Councilmember Yakowicz.
Have a couple initiatives coming forward, so be prepared.
Yeah, all right. Councilmember Boyette, and then I'll gavel us closed.
Can we have council discussion right now, or is that a work session? Okay.
Okay.
The staff's bored, so more initiatives would be great.
Yeah.
It's not 11 yet.
Yeah, it's not 11. All right, thank you, everybody, for your time. We're adjourned.